This evening, we're going to be discussing boundary analysis, presentation by representatives from the MGT Consulting Group. And I'd like to call the meeting to order. And I would like to call on Dr. Watts to introduce Mr. Israel Vela.
I've tried again. Thank you.
There you go.
Good evening. Thank you, President Amata, members of the board, staff, Ms. Holly. Thank you for being here this evening. I would like to, before I turn it over to Israel, to say a personal point of privilege. More than 5 years ago, when I had the opportunity to begin serving as our superintendent in Kent School District, there were a few high-level goals that were established by the board at that time. One of those was to create a strategic plan and strategic planning process. One of the other priority goals was to begin consideration for a reboundary process. And we know the challenges and the complexities that exist in that process. And we're glad to have a reputable organization and strong leaders to support this work. And speaking of strong leaders, I would like to introduce Mr. Israel Vela, Chief School Operations and Academic Support Officer, to begin this presentation. Israel, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Watts, President Hamada, members of the board, colleagues, Ms. Holly. It is a pleasure being with you tonight, together with our consulting group, MGT. I wanted to first of all start by thanking our team, MGT, actually for coming on the RFP process and really working with us, and then ultimately us joining in partnership. So I wanted to thank them formally at this time. Tonight, what I'd like to do is introduce Dr. Mike Razor, who I see is with us. I know we had potential wireless issues, but I think he's with us. I wanted to tell you a little bit about Mike, and he will introduce his team. He's a experienced leader around effective teams with extensive project management experience, in particular around business foundations, operational excellence, and systems thinking. We've had the opportunity, I know, to work with MGT to this point, just to prepare and get ready for the deliverables they're going to be sharing with you tonight. And I've been more than excited about their expertise in this area. And without further ado, I'd like to now turn it over to Dr. Mike Razor. Mike? Mike, you're on mute, and
if I hadn't for every time I've done that over the last 6 or 7 months. Well, thank you very much, Israel. MGT is very excited to be in partnership with Kent School District. As Israel said, we've had some very good initial meetings, and we're really looking forward to this project and the way that we can, impact the students and families of the Kent School District and really do things to help to continue to build the community and really keep a focus on equity. This is a type of project that we really pride ourselves in, that we have a great amount of experience doing projects like these. At the same time, when we do projects like these, we take them all individually. There are no cookie cutter approaches around this. I'm going to turn it over now to my colleague and project director, Rob Tanner. I do want to mention and apologize. I am joining you this evening from the Atlanta International Airport, where I'm traveling for business, and I'm on layover. So if you hear noise in the background, I'll probably try to mute. And if I hear my flight called, I might have to step away, but I think I have plenty of time. So I'll let Rob introduce himself, and then Dr. Casey Price introduce herself. But this is truly a joy for us. We're super excited about doing this project, and get a great deal of satisfaction out of helping school districts solve very difficult issues. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Razor. Good evening, and it's a pleasure to be here with you. And it's a pleasure to be part of the Kent School District family. And I use that word because, from the very beginning, meeting with Israel and David and Carolyn, we have felt like that. I think we've gotten along swimmingly, and I feel like there's a great potential there for some exciting and exceptional work. So my name is Rob Tanner. I am the director of the Education Solution Group for MGT Consulting, and I will be the project director for this project and the point of contact for most things. And then I'll let Dr. Price introduce herself, and then I'm going to share my screen and we kind of have a little presentation for you.
Thanks, Rob. Good evening, everyone. My name is Casey Price, and I'm a consultant with MGT. Rob and Mike and I work together on a whole variety of projects, boundary studies being one of the projects that we've got some other work going on as well right now. But most of my work related to this project will be community engagement and, of course, whatever else Rob might need from me. But you will see me a lot when it comes to the conversations regarding speaking with the community. My background is in educational leadership and policy studies, with most of my professional career in between my consulting stints working in higher education and development. And so I have a lot of experience working with a very diverse group of individuals and community members. And as an aside, I always like to throw in, I have 2 small children of my own. So we've got virtual learning going on at my house, and we've got all of the other pieces happening as well. So I will apologize in advance if we're ever on a call and it gets interrupted, because that's just life right now. And so we obviously do this work professionally and care deeply about this work professionally, but also very much live it ourselves. And so I look forward to continuing to work with you, and thanks for letting me be part of the family.
Thank you, Casey. I'm going to try to share my screen now. Let's see if this will work. Is that, can you see that? Yeah. All right. Well, I think we have kind of went through the introductions on the screen. Of course, I don't know if I can. Okay, are you guys seeing yourselves here? How about that? There we go. We went through the introductions. If you look on the left of the slides, every slide will have the agenda on it, so you can follow along if you would like. I'm going to talk a little bit about the process that we're going to take, and then also the schedule. And then we can, have plenty of time for questions or concerns. That being said, please don't hesitate to interrupt me if you have a question, as we go along. The engagement process, that's really the first piece, and it's very important, and we've already gotten started on it. We have identified, I believe, 38 leaders inside Kent School District to interview. They consist of the executive cabinet, folks like your nutrition services director, your transportation director, facilities director, and then principals of schools. So we're going to interview them with little brief 15-minute interviews. We already have them scheduled for next week, I believe, or the majority of them. And then from that, we're going to compile what the common themes are for analysis. And that, with the community input and survey on the front end, will be our compass for creating a successful plan. So community engagement, obviously, in this process is going to be, it is key. It's the linchpin, right? So this piece that I'm talking about now will be up front. So it's going to be it's going to be a survey. It's going to be asking questions about, why do you choose to live where you live? Why do you send your kids to to your school. It's also questions for, you may not have any students in the school district, but you live within the boundaries and you're a taxpayer. So it's about 13 or 14 questions, and we're working with the executive cabinet to come up with those questions. I think we've almost got that done. And then we use, I think we have a variety of different softwares we use to put out to the community that survey. And when I say to the community, I'm talking about staff, families, and then just the community at large. But we can text it out, we can email it out. We use Qualtrics, and Casey can probably talk about this a little bit more later, but that will also allow for different languages, so you can take the surveys in different languages. It's not just English, so that we can reach as many people as we possibly can. And then the data process, of course, those last two are part of the data, but Israel and David and Carolyn have been dumping. We've created a share site, and they've been dumping data that we've requested from the school district in. And these are just some of the things that we've requested, some of the key pieces. But taking all of that data along with that engagement and that community surveys, we're going to come and develop the interim report. And it is just an interim report, and it's called an interim report for a very specific purpose. We want the community to understand that, we develop this report and give them its interim, and that they get an opportunity to give their input on the report, and then we can make changes. And when I say we, I'm talking about the global we, us, the district, the executive cabinet, the school board, can make decisions around what will be finalized. The interim report will be most likely have several scenarios or options, if you will, so that it's not just, hey, here's one recommendation. So there'll be two, 3, or 4 different scenarios depending on what the analysis brings about. And from there, that's when the community engagement really starts off in earnest, because now there is specific pieces that the community can digest and give feedback on. And so that community engagement process will be varied. We will do virtual community forums. We do have it set up to where we can come and do an in-person community town hall. Of course, again, that depending on what your health department and COVID-related requirements are now, we may change that to virtual. We'll see. We'll work with the executive cabinet to make that determination, and when possible. We will also, look for, again, online surveying and polling. Again, we have found that using text messages really reaches a broader audience. But then also there are some marginalized areas who might have technology issues, where we might be able to do small focus groups or something like that to make sure that we reach the broadest and most diverse populations. So because your final report is only going to be as good as the feedback you get from your community. And then all those pieces will come to the final report. And so that we'll have recommendations and possibly options for the school board and your executive team to make educated decisions about the Kent School District that hopefully will be a benefit to everyone. And then the work plan or the work schedule, as you can see, we kind of got it laid out there. The community engagement piece will be pretty much from start to finish. And we have a pretty aggressive plan. I think we have a deadline of the second week of January, and that is purposeful because of budget and other decision processes that this needs to be completed before then. And with that, I'll be happy to take any questions. And I'm going to quit sharing my screen so I can see you again.
So I have some questions that I jotted down. So so I'm assuming enrollment plays a part in this because we've just recently found out we had a big drop in enrollment, anticipated enrollment. So how do you take that into account?
Absolutely. That is part of, enrollment capacity of your schools is huge in deciding what boundaries are.
Mhm.
Now, most districts in the country are in the same boat you are right now. They've had a huge drop of enrollment due to COVID. And so the question becomes, is that going to come back over the next year and a half, 2 years, as hopefully we move past this pandemic? So we have to take that into account as well, that this is an event that may, although we have a deep plunge in enrollment, that may come back. And so you don't want to make any too hasty decisions around that and then be stuck, with not having enough room and having to do this all over again, right?
Right.
We don't want to do that.
Does anyone from your team come out here physically and drive the district or walk the district?
We do have
Yes.
facilitate some presentations and some community engagement to come out to Kent. Yes.
But
And
I
I
mean,
think
I'm sorry, but I mean, so like our district covers many different cities, and on just looking at a map, like for instance, in my District 2 area, my current District 2 area, which may change, there's a spot where it looks like it's very close. A food site is very close, but children have to cross a multi-lane road,
Right.
things like that. So that's why I'm asking if you actually physically come out here and drive or walk or experience the district from side to side, up and down, all around.
yes,
Absolutely.
if I can jump in here,
Sure.
if I can jump in here, that is ideal. And before a final recommendation is made, we will have people on site in Kent. Of course, with COVID, things are a little fluid around that. We just recently completed a similar study with Hamilton County, Tennessee, which is Chattanooga, Tennessee, and it is in the right in the heart of the Appalachian Mountains. And if you simply looked at a map, you would look like these two communities are only a mile and a half apart, but there's a mountain between the two of them.
Right.
And and it's important to see those type of things. It's completely to your point. It's important to see those things firsthand. You can get a lot of initial recommendations or a lot of initial thoughts from the data we receive, but there is nothing that substitutes literally seeing and experiencing the situation on the ground.
Okay, great. Those are my questions for now.
Yeah, so I'm curious about your how you define marginalized communities and how you go about one, gaining their trust, and two, getting to a point where you're looking at equity in the sense that, are you going to visit apartment complexes? What does that outreach and engagement look like to you? And how does that information then translate into a plan that is equitable?
Sure. Casey, can
that's a
you
lot.
talk a little bit about some of the more detailed pieces of the engagement?
Absolutely. I think the kind of the definitions around sorry, apparently I can't speak anymore today. Equity and identifying diverse populations really can fluctuate from district to district that we work with. And that's where seeking your input to understand what, really what do marginalized populations look like in your community, and in what are the populations that you want to ensure that we work to reach out to, because we can't, that is part of joining the family, if you will, is we can't just come in with some basic template of what diversity looks like or what it should look like and expect that that's going to fit, because that's different in every community across the country that we work in. Those are the pieces that are unique to communities. And those are the pieces that, as we do community engagement, is helpful for us to understand as we work with different populations. How we reach them, again, is one of those pieces that whoever is on that small group of people that we're working with to actually launch the survey, we will talk to them or get feedback from you all of, once we identify who those marginalized populations are, what the best way to reach them is. In some communities, there are certain community leaders that we need to tap into to help advocate for survey responses. And so, the district could send 500 emails and letters home in backpacks and send auto phone calls and all of the things. And, and in some communities, it really just takes, a specific community leader to be the one to send a message or say, use their voice to verbalize, hey, you need to communicate and you need to participate in this. And so really how we go about doing that is a bigger conversation that becomes unique to reaching all of the population of Kent. As mentioned, we can launch surveys in a variety of languages. We've got one district right now that wants us to launch a survey in 8 languages besides English. So, we were able to really meet people where they are. Do we go door to door and knock for surveys? Not typically. We have, I again, with COVID, there's, we're a little more sensitive about what we do and where we go. Typically it is, this is where, I would say, especially kind of in COVID times, if you will, tapping into some of the community leaders, some of the organizations in the community that really have a good following, is where we can use, their platforms to host focus groups and some of those kinds of things. I think of my own community, and there's a Black male initiative group that has really during COVID developed quite the following, because they meet virtually once a month and host different leaders from the community to have a conversation about whatever the community issue is. And so if you have those kinds of things in your community, we could partner to reach out in the best way possible. And that seems to be pretty engaging and growing in different areas of the country. And so, really all of that to say, it is further conversations. It's, just the same as us not being able to look at a map and deciding what the district looks like. We can't just copy paste to understand what diversity looks like and what some of those nuances are of, we certainly don't want to offend anybody. We want to be inclusive. And so the only way that we can not offend people and be inclusive is to take the time to learn.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry, if I can build off that.
Yeah,
a couple
absolutely.
of things we really pride ourselves on is not just listening to the loudest voices. I think I've shared this with the executive cabinet. When we've done community outreach, and really it's pre-COVID time, we would come into a district and we would do 4 or 5 community input sessions in different regions or different areas of the county or the district or the city. And something that becomes very apparent to us really quickly is there's people who we call season ticket holders, that regardless of the meeting you go to, where it is in the city, you have the same people there or representatives of the same groups. And that's the question that we'll ask is, does this seem like a representative sample of the community? And, we're not going to come forward to you with 85% of the people we talked to said this. We're going to tell you 85% of this community feels this way, or when we looked across the district, it looks this way. If the same 7 people show up at every feedback session, we're not going to say this is how your community feels. And I think we all know that, and that's one of, we will do something that Dr. Price was referring to as well. We'll do targeted surveys, because one of my favorite sayings is the people who fill out surveys are the people who fill out surveys. And many times they're the season ticket holders as well, or the people who have one issue or one thing that they're really focused on. So we will then reach back out to principals or reach out to community leaders and say, we haven't, it seems to us there's a portion of the community missing, or we've looked at the demographics of the district and there seem to be certain portions missing. Can we get some people to talk to about that? And then from that, we can build a much fuller picture. And I think at the end of the day too, regardless of the feedback you get, when you have a focus on equity, we might make some recommendations to you and we've seen it over and again, that equity is a very important thing to the Kent School District. So, we might say community sentiment was this, but that isn't necessarily equitable. And this is the most equitable decision, or this is a scenario that shows the most equity. Does that make sense?
Yes, I would just urge you to look at previous boundary discussions, because I think it's really important in that people are very vocal in our community, and our community is, as Director Benninger said, very, very diverse from one end to the other. Vast differences you'll see from school to school. So it's really important that we reach those apartment complexes and places that you traditionally would not go, because in the past where we've had our representatives from each school community be part of those discussions, and then they would come back to the neighborhoods and relay what happened, what the discussion was about. So if you didn't have a representative, from those complexes, and their voices weren't heard pretty much. So I think it's really, if you're just doing the survey, hopefully you're not just doing a survey, but you're also doing some localized outreach. So thank you.
Absolutely. This has community engagement, that is surveys, the ability to do focus groups and larger community engagement. And the focus groups that we've been doing in a virtual environment here during COVID have actually gone very, very well. We had done focus groups virtually pre-COVID, but obviously we've done a lot of them during COVID. And it has actually become, in some ways, a little bit easier to meet people where they are. As opposed to when, sometimes when we have community engagement sessions or focus groups in a specific location, it's hard for people to plan that extra time to travel to get there. But perhaps, even, working families can schedule their lunch hour to stop into a virtual focus group if they can just get internet access, versus, if we had had an evening session before, it wouldn't have been possible for them to participate just during a lunch hour. So there's been some real benefits to access, as long as we can overcome the access to the internet issue.
Right. There are some PTA leaders that have been delivered food during our last opening. They're no longer delivering the food, but they, I think, are a resource. To Director Vengadaslam's point, there's a lot of these apartment complexes where there's technology issues and things like that. And so I think reaching out maybe to some of those PTA leaders who were delivering food to some of these apartment complexes, and reaching people where they are. And a lot of these apartment complexes are on major bus lines. So if you have, an in-person, if we should be able to have an in-person, again, having them at the apartment complex rather than, requiring, because a lot of people, at least in the complexes near me, don't even have cars. So, even getting to the grade school is a haul. So I totally agree with Director Vengadaslam that reaching out these apartment complexes too is going to be really important.
First of all, I'd like to thank you for the emphasis on taking all our citizens and community members and groups in your presentation. I am impressed by that. I have heard from some of them and they are concerned that their voice needs to be at the table too. So I'm sure you're going to make sure of that. I'm going to kind of take this in a little different direction with my questions. I live out here in unincorporated King County, actually about a mile from Covington. And we had a splurge in growth out here for a while. And then we had a recession. And my questions are going to be because a lot of the building that went out here in this area was because of a lot of what they thought was going to be projected growth. But because of the recession, it actually went the opposite way. And now there is a lot of growth out here with some things even expanding into the Enumclaw School District. It's really right across the street from the Kent District, 1,000 Trails. So I'm wondering financially, how do you target? And I mean, it's going to be kind of crazy, I think, looking at the stock market and listening to all this about are our businesses going to recover? Are our property values going to stay the same? I mean, you're going to have a real challenge to see if there's growth or what in different areas too. So I'm just kind of curious how you deal with that end of it, prosperity in areas or non-prosperity. How do you take that into account in your consulting?
So there's not one real good, easy answer to that.
Yeah.
And I like to consider myself a pretty straightforward person, because I could give you an answer, but that would be one of the ways. Well, the first thing is, this isn't the type of thing that you as a school board want to do every other year or every 10 years for that matter. So we're going to try to look down the field the best we can. And there's several things that we'll do. One of the things we'll do is we will run the best math problem that we can. And we'll show you, just based on math and based on trends, where it looks like things are going. But that takes no politics into effect. That takes no major highway into effect. But it lets you see that and then start building from it. But we're going to do the best job we can. But if I could tell you what the economy was doing, I probably wouldn't be on the call with you tonight. But we are going to follow the best advice that's out there. And I think we're going to make one of the assumptions that we're going to make is that when COVID is over, there's still some strong foundational things in the economy that we've been seeing we also have, outside of our education services group, we have a financial solutions group that works with cities and local governments. And we're seeing that a lot of stuff has been pressed pause. It hasn't been canceled. And I think we'll look into that, but we'll run various models. And one of the models we'll look at will be, well, if nothing was going to change and everything was going to stay the same, here's what it would look like. But we'll also, ideally a building or a school has anywhere from 75 to 115% of its capacity. And if it has 75 to 115%, the cafeterias aren't crowded, the hallways aren't crowded, the gymnasiums aren't crowded. You don't have trouble scheduling classes. So our goal when we do these type of things is to not initially ever overfill a building. And I believe we have that ability, just sort of looking roughly at the numbers, to one, recession proof you, but two, also make sure that we don't put a plan in place that 3 years from now you've got to do another boundary study because you have some buildings overflowing and others that are empty.
What factor do you actually factor into additional transportation costs if the boundaries don't dictate an even amount of kids going to schools? I mean, perhaps I don't understand this, but is that a factor in to boundary?
Absolutely.
Yes, yes, absolutely, it is. And again, to the best we can. One of the things we do try to do is we try to look at this all systemically. So as we give you opportunities and give you scenarios and give you options, they're not necessarily just going to be about buildings and lines. That, you know, they're going to be about construction costs saved, potentially transportation costs increased or saved, and these aren't necessarily simple answers, because as you shift boundaries, you also shift walking zones around schools. And so an increase in enrollment might not necessarily mean an increase in transportation. Or we might suggest, you know, regionalized transportation hubs, which could be an initial expense, but over time are a more efficient manner of transporting students. So I guess the short answer is yes, we take all those factors into effect.
And here's probably not a very educated question, but I'm going to ask it anyway, because I don't know the answer to it, is how do school districts get so big or so small in certain areas?
But okay, again, I'm a pretty straightforward person. Over time, tough decisions aren't made is the easiest way to say it. That, and I'm painting with a very broad brushstroke. Well, the other thing that happens is you can't pick up a building and move it. And in a lot of communities, you see a population shift, and knowing that you're next to one of the largest urban areas in the country, you can have population shift in, population shift out. But many times it is sort of the old metaphor of the frog in the slowly heating up water, and changes in boundaries aren't made as they should be, and then over time, all of a sudden you have half empty schools and schools that are 150, 200% capacity, because there wasn't sort of an agile approach to it. You know, sometimes one of the recommendations we make as part of studies like this too are what are the triggers, if you will, that say you need to look at this again. You know, where are those as things shift? Like I said, we're going to try to come up with a plan that makes sure this isn't something you're going to have to do 3 years from now, that this is something that will be reviewed on a 5 to 10 year basis. But we will put those, you know, we'll put those milestones or triggers in place of saying, you know, when this starts to happen, you need to start looking at your boundary lines again, or looking at new construction again, or renovation or addition.
Thank you.
I have a question. You know, I heard other discussion about equity, and I know that you guys had mentioned that you, you know, send out the surveys in different languages. And I know Director Bettinger, she was talking about going into apartment buildings. And so I'm wondering, since we do have such a diverse population in our community, besides the surveys being in other languages, if you are going out into the community, do you have people who also speak other languages besides English who are able to go out and get in touch with families as well? And also, I guess a second part to my question is like, what specifically do you guys do to ensure that not just the loudest are heard? I know you talked a little bit about that, but I would really like to know what specifically you guys are doing to make sure that the marginalized voices are being brought to the forefront.
Well, I'm going to let Casey answer this a little bit too. I'm sorry, Mike. But some of our software is specifically designed so that everyone's thought or everyone's question or their concern is brought up, and then it's voted on, especially in these virtual arenas, so that it's not just the loudest person getting their comment across.
So, but you know, so I'm going to address a couple of the questions. One of the things that we do is we rely heavily on the district a lot of times when it comes to translation services, because it is it's not really a realistic expectation, to have outside of probably the 3 or 4 predominant languages in our country, to have someone on staff for those. But we do know that the district does have translation services and has that ability. And then there are also community groups that assist with things like that. Part of what we do too is we rely on the people who know, whether that be our interactions with you as the school board, or interactions with the executive cabinet, the interactions with staff, with community. Here's what we're hearing. Is there another side to this story?
Mhm.
And we make the objective decision on our own to get the total picture. But something that I do want to come back to is, when you have a focus on equity and you start making decisions around enrollment boundaries and facility capacity, around issues of equity, and you make that your primary focus, I don't want to make this sound easy. I'm going to make it simple. And simple and easy are not synonyms. It becomes simple when you make decisions based on equity.
Mhm.
Now, they may not be popular and they may not be easy to pull off,
Mhm.
but we're going to be able to tell you what seems to be the most equitable thing. If there's a marginalized population that we're putting on a bus for an hour because there's a school on the other side of the district that's empty, that's not an equitable decision.
Mhm.
And that becomes a pretty easy one, but a pretty simple one, but it maybe isn't easy to get across. But we're going to come back to that. We're also going to come back to one of the beautiful things that we bring to the table as a third party is we can also look at it with an independent, objective lens of, does this seem to make sense?
Mhm.
Or to the question was that was asked earlier, and I'm not talking about Kent when I say this. Why are some districts completely overloaded in one area of the district and completely under-enrolled in another? It's because decisions were made in a vacuum and not made systemically, looking at the whole picture of the school district and what made sense for every family and each family. So that's what we're going to try to do. And at the end of the day, the data we get is only going to be as good as the data we pull in, but we're
Mhm.
not going to rely on one type. We're not going to rely simply on a survey or simply on a focus group or simply on the season ticket holders. We're going to take that into account. The other thing that we have done, and I want to be really careful when I say this, because every situation is unique, but we've done scores of these studies. And we're doing a similar study in Fairfax County, Virginia right now, which is 188,000 students and one of the largest school districts in America. And I think they would agree, if they were on this conference call with us today, or video conference with us, they over time have made decisions in a vacuum,
Mhm.
and it has caused some glaring inequities and some problems that are very, very hard to unravel now. Luckily, it doesn't look like Kent has went that far down the road, and we can still unravel these and make sense out of them. But just to come back to it, we're going to listen to all the voices that we can find, and then come back and ask, have we heard everybody? And if not, then we'll go back and we'll look for as many voices as we can get, and then play that end with what makes the best common sense for a efficient, but then most of all, effective and equitable boundary study and boundary recommendation for your district.
Yeah, I wanted to also add to that, when we say equity, I think it's really important to think about, what our families face in getting their kids to school on a daily basis. So it's not even just putting them in a bus for an hour. The problem is when the kids have to walk to their school, because we have such rules as, it has to be within 1.5 5 miles from the bus stop, the home, in order to get a bus, and most of those folks don't really have a voice to express that. They're young kids walking to elementary, to Kent Elementary or to Mill Creek. So I think it's really important that you look at that demographic to understand their stories, not just say, well, these are people of color, but what their stories are and how, their lives are being impacted by decisions we've made over the years that are very, stringent in policies, but it doesn't consider, the difficulties that they face. So.
And if I could just kind of speak to that, certainly when we talk about diversity, we do mean far beyond, racial diversity or language spoken at home. But we, in our survey, ask questions. One of the questions that we're asking, particularly in the Fairfax community engagement, is a question about why people chose to live in their neighborhood, to understand if they were living there because of the school or because it was close to work or something else. But we include options like, living there because I needed to live with a relative, or I'm experiencing homelessness or housing insecurity. And so making sure that we're working to capture, really all aspects. We ask questions about how far or how long it takes children to commute to school, and versus what is an acceptable time for them to commute to school. And so if families are reporting that they're spending 45 minutes or more commuting to school, or that they have certain concerns, we really do try and capture that, both in the survey and in the face-to-face community engagement. The survey and the community face-to-face engagement, the questions are very, very similar, nearly exact, just kind of reworded to actually have a conversation versus check a box. But we do really work to try and understand socioeconomic diversity, transportation barriers, all of those kinds of pieces that we know have an impact on, ultimately at the end of the day, that has an impact on student success. If a student can't get to school, if a student is hungry, if a student, doesn't have a stable home life and is housing insecure and bouncing from couch to couch, all of those things make a difference. And those aren't necessarily things that we can resolve as part of a boundary study, but we can certainly become aware of how prevalent those issues are that the children in your district are facing as we consider what those boundaries look like, and how, sometimes these surveys bring up other issues that are, you tend to know your students very well, but sometimes when you actually can get it in a survey, it allows you to also address some other issues and support your community in some different ways as well.
Something that's very refreshing to me is this board, it's very prevalent, is not afraid of talking about equity issues and is bringing them to the forefront. And I can tell you, we've been in situations before where questions in surveys around equity have been asked of us by the district, pull that, because they don't want to know the answer. And I see in this board that you want to know those answers. The other thing that's underlying of this too is we'll come back with interim draft recommendations. That what we're seeing, and when we do those aren't etched in stone at that point. That's where that second level of input, because really initially when you're getting input, a lot of times it seems to be more general, and then when you come out with the specific recommendations that are in those first draft rounds, that's when you start getting some specific feedback too, and some things that maybe wouldn't have been mentioned or weren't uncovered in our data mining of, that's a dangerous road to cross, or that's really going to be a difficult situation for these families, or, I don't know in your district if this is the case, but, in some of our larger clients, it doesn't make sense for kids from this neighborhood and this neighborhood to go to school together because of gang affiliations. So, we think about all those things and when we look at this, and that's why it's not a cookie cutter, and it is truly based on what's best for every family, but also what's best for each family.
You
And
also,
Can
I'm
you
sorry.
help me? Can you help me to understand? I think this was brought up in the beginning, but how long does this whole process take?
Right now, we're looking to, and they're all different. But what we're looking at is probably having final recommendations to you at some point in January. And honestly, it's something, as long as we're getting good feedback, we can move pretty quickly around this. But one of the things that we caution is moving too quickly, and also looking at the dates when you present information. As we were looking at our timeline, it really looked like it was hitting around Thanksgiving and the Christmas holiday time. And just from personal experience doing this, your community starts to think, what are they trying to sneak by us? Or people aren't necessarily, even if they're not necessarily paying attention. So we'll probably spread it out a little bit at the end. We have some talks with your executive cabinet around that. But, so looking at about a 4 or 5 month process here, as long as we can get the information in and we're getting good feedback, we can move pretty quickly on this from the experience we've had and being able to analyze the data.
Thank you.
Do you also look at, I know in my neighborhood too, there's a lot of students from the middle school will walk over to the grade school, or they'll be dropped off at a bus near the grade school so they can pick up their younger siblings. Do you take into account the proximity of secondary schools versus elementaries?
We do, based on situations, and that would be similar to what you just shared with us. If Casey's not writing that down, Casey, please write that down. But that's a factor. That might even be a question that we'd ask in our surveys, because we do ask questions sometimes. How important is it? And a lot of times, perhaps it's around bell schedules. How important is it that the elementary and middle and high schools have the same bell schedule? How important it is that the high school has an earlier or later bell schedule based on being at home for a younger sibling, or in the morning, or being at home for a younger sibling getting off the bus. So we'll look at that, and and also look at how we arrange things. And sometimes it's as simple as scheduling. Sometimes it's as simple as looking at the boundaries. And I know that your district doesn't necessarily have what we call a nesting doll attendance matriculation pattern. In other words, if you choose this elementary school when you're 5 years old, your parents know you're going to end up at this high school based upon that choice when you're 5. So we look at things around that and patterns that. And then again, it comes down to competing priorities. So, we do try to weight our decisions where every priority is not weighted equally, so we can get to the best decision for the community.
Okay, thank you.
I'm excited. It's been a while. We've had this discussion forever, it seems like. So glad to have you here.
Yeah, thank you, Director Venkatasalam. That is true. I know we have a few more minutes, and I wanted to make sure that we gave our board plenty of time to ask their questions. We will see our MGT partners again, but I wanted to give you another minute to see if there are other questions before I summarize and close.
I'd just like to thank Mr. Razor, Mr. Tanner, and Ms. Price for coming here and doing an excellent presentation, and Mr. Vella for you bringing them forward. So it's all yours to close out.
Thank you, President Hamada. I appreciate that. Yes, I couldn't have said it better. I wanted just to summarize by just bringing us back to the RFP process. And one of the questions that I know that I posed to all of our finalists was really around our core values of equity, excellence, and community. And I think you heard tonight our board of directors, MGT speaking to each one of those areas as it relates to this boundary study and analysis. And so you heard it pretty loud and clear. So that's one reason why we selected them, but really how they really go deep into this area. And so I wanted to point that out. The other piece I wanted to point out is that we are working hand in hand with MGT in this partnership. Every one of our communities has a contact person or persons that are working closely with MGT. As Rob mentioned earlier, we are actually have a shared file of where data is being put in and also explained. I did also, Director Van Gadaslam, provide digital scan copies of our previous two boundaries so they could get a real idea of the kind of questions that were coming up in our committees during those two other processes. So we're excited about this partnership. There's a lot more work to do. I know there is. And I wanted just again to formally thank MGT for being here tonight. And I'll give MGT the last word before we close.
Well, we just want to thank you for trusting us to be in this partnership. And, you know, and we tend to get heavily invested in the communities that we work with and that we work in, you know, because we're spending time with your executive cabinet, with your staff, with members of the community, with the school board. And, you know, all of us on our Education Solutions Group team come from an education background. We're in this work because we want to make that impact and help districts, you know, do the things that are best for their children. So once again, thank you for your trust in us. We're looking very forward to this work, and again, just look forward to working with you and the district to come up with some great solutions for your kids and their families.
And I would just say ditto to that. Mike said it exactly right. And we are glad to be part of the family.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, we're at 6:26. I think we're going to adjourn this work session. This work session is adjourned for an executive session to discuss the qualifications of an applicant for public employment and to discuss with legal counsel representing the district litigation or potential litigation to which the district is likely to become a party. So we're adjourned.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night.
Thank you. President Hamada, you're muted.
Yes, I'm trying to take care of that.
Okay.
Good evening. It is 7 p.m. and we have concluded our executive session, and I would like to call our regular board meeting to order. And the first order of business will be to invite Director Bowen to say the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
First of all, I want to welcome you to this meeting of the Kent School Board, which is held in public to comply with the Open Public Meeting Act. I'm just going to quickly read through the process for audience participation. The purpose of the board meeting is for the board to conduct its business in public. During the meeting, the board will listen to, but not respond to, community comments. Those wishing to comment must complete the online form as indicated on the district website and in BoardDocs. There will be 2 periods where public comment will be heard, at the beginning and at the end of the meeting. Questions raised through submitted public comment addressing an issue may require further investigation, and answers will be posted on the district's website. The president may interrupt or terminate submitted public comments when it is too lengthy, obscene, or irrelevant. Abusive public comments, personally directed towards staff members, will not be tolerated. The board have the final decision in determining the appropriateness of all such rulings. If you indicated a desire to speak to an agenda item, your comment will be read at the portion of the agenda. General comments tonight will be read during the audience communications section of the agenda. All right. I'd like to ask Dr. Watts, and this is all whited out on my agenda, so I'm hoping I'm doing this right. If there are any changes to the agenda, Dr. Watts.
Yes, President Amata, thank you. Please know that a supplemental personnel report will be added to the agenda this evening.
Okay, I'd like to now entertain a motion to accept the changes that have already been made to the agenda.
I make a motion that we add the supplemental personnel report to the agenda.
I second.
Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of adding the supplemental personnel report to our agenda signify by raising your right hand and saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed signify by raising your right hand and saying nay. Any abstentions? Seeing none, the motion carries.
Point of order. I had some things to add to the agenda that I mentioned at the last board meeting. I've requested these, but they haven't made it on the agenda yet. So I would like to add an agenda item to discuss and approve protocol for getting items on the agenda. So I make a motion to add an agenda item to discuss and approve protocol for getting items on the agenda.
I second.
Discussion. Discussion.
Well, I just have a comment.
Point of reference here, Director Bettinger. Mr. Leonard, once we have approved an agenda as changed, can we then legally go back and add items to the agenda?
By resolution, by vote, you can add agenda items, yes.
Thank you. Thank you for clarification. All right, discussion.
So I just have a comment. You know, it's been unclear from the start how to get items on the agenda. Our policy says that this board secretary and the board president put items on the agenda, but I've found it very difficult to get items on the agenda. And in the interest of not, surprising my colleagues, I always prefer something to be on the agenda as per policy 3 days in advance. So these agenda items, this one specific agenda review, I asked for it from the dais, and I asked for it in writing. So I'm just, again, respectfully asking that this board come to some sort of agreement and protocol on how we actually get items on the agenda.
Director Benjer, correct me if I'm wrong, but I did send you some communication regarding that for clarification.
Yes, and we
did
talked on Friday. And I showed you what the agenda item was. So we did talk about it. You called me for clarification and we had a discussion. So again, it's important to me that we do the work in public, and, there's maybe even a greater conversation to be had, because we essentially do an email poll to get work sessions, which I think is a potential problem as well. But right now, I'm just focused on how a board director what the protocol is for getting an item on the agenda when it's asked for verbally and when it's submitted in writing. I just would, like to get a protocol in order, since there doesn't seem to be one.
I thought we were going to discuss it at the board superintendent governance meeting. Isn't there a meeting to discuss protocol and all of that, Dr. Watts?
If it's not currently on the agenda, we can certainly add that. I believe we've discussed that in the past. We actually had that conversation at one of our first board superintendent governance team meetings, but I don't believe we've obviously followed.
Yeah, because we went into a half an hour, half a day retreat. But I agree with you. I think we need to finish that protocol. That's just been long-standing, overdue. And in terms of personal agenda items, if you wanted to I don't know what we would put there. Are we discussing it? I mean, if we're discussing it, you just say what it is that you want on the agenda. I'm still perplexed about that. I'm sorry, Director. I don't know.
I'm still perplexed too, because I initially thought that the 2x2 agenda review was the time when you would propose an agenda item.
You
and
can't.
Then I've been told that that's not the appropriate time to do it. So,
I mean, anytime you have an agenda item, you would say, let the president know, and, it would go on like tonight. Director Bowen's suggestion is on the agenda. So I'm not sure why yours didn't make it to the agenda, and I apologize. I know I and President Hamada were doing the review, but if you did, you have mentioned it several times to put it on the agenda. So I'd say we do it at the next meeting, and then at our BSGT, we address it and finish it. But I honestly, I don't know how we can always be doing that at a particular board meeting, because sometimes things just come up and, it's not planned, but, as we're discussing it, we'll say, well, I want to hear about this. And then it goes on the agenda. So it doesn't prevent the person that's sitting there in the room discussing the agenda review, it doesn't prevent you from giving input to that agenda. You're getting it on a Thursday. So whatever happened, it was a breakdown in communication is all I can think of.
Well, then it's a continual breakdown of communication since I've been on the board, because, Director Bowen and I brought up these two agenda items at the same time, and I am glad. And I honestly didn't even understand why Director Bowen's agenda item wasn't on our last agenda personally, because, it seems like if that's the time to do it, that it should have been on our last agenda. And I wholly supported that. So again, it is just, as we talk about, how we get our work done, it's just, this seems to be a huge circular conversation, but it seems that some board directors have an easier time than others getting things on the agenda. And so I have a motion on the floor. So, I would like to decide how we're going to get items on the agenda. I think it's maybe separate from our protocol guidelines, or certainly could be something added to our official protocol guidelines. But again, it's
I think we should do that. I mean, that makes sense to me, because how are we going to do this every meeting? I mean, it should be written up in a protocol. And I believe we have something referring to that.
Right.
Right.
There are two protocols. And so this brings up an important piece for us from an operational aspect for the board. One is our protocol for communications. The other is our protocol for actions regarding board business meetings, whether it be BSGT meetings, work sessions, or regular meetings. So I certainly support, and I think we all do, getting to the root cause of why Director Bettinger, you have brought this back to our discussion. I think we can easily bring some closure to that by deciding on what and how to do this. And a board superintendent governance team is typically the avenue for us to make those final recommendations. So we can certainly do that.
Well, and I apologize, Director Bettinger. I just needed some more clarification. I don't think we actually talked specifically about those items, and I had written you some comments. And I'm learning this job of how to work with the district. And again, I've had issues trying to get some meetings going, but there's been a lot of things that have gone on that have come up suddenly that I've tried to give grace to issues that were immediate that needed to go on the agendas. And again, sometimes I haven't totally understood exactly that. So I'm in favor of putting something much more formally in place. And also, I think after this long, we should have finished our protocol. And I have asked for a lot of sessions. I am seeing them come forth now. So I'm encouraged by that. So. And I apologize if I missed something that you asked for. So, any more discussion?
We'll get it done.
Yeah, and Director Bowen asked for, we started talking about this Indigenous honoring way back in January, I think. So, but we have finally come full score, and it's on the calendar tonight. So. If there's no further discussion on this, we'll take a motion on all those in favor of, would you repeat your motion for me again, Michelle?
I make a motion that we add an agenda item to discuss and approve a protocol for getting items on the agenda.
Okay. All right. It has been moved and seconded for getting a meeting on the order on the table. Do you want to set a timeline for that?
I would like to discuss it tonight.
Okay.
My motion is to do this tonight. It shouldn't be that hard. We could come up with something.
So what you're saying is put an agenda item on, sorry to clarify, little Ben's today.
It's ridiculous. I know. It's completely ridiculous that it's this hard to get something on the agenda when one would think, and I'm kind of mad as hell about it, because one would think that based on our agenda policy, one would think that one could ask the board secretary first, because the board secretary sets the agenda, and then as a backup, ask the board president to get something on the agenda. One would think that at the 2x2 agenda review, one could get an item on the agenda. I am actually really shocked that Director Bowen has been asking for this item since so long ago, and it's taken us 8 months to get it on the agenda. So,
Well, I don't know who Director Bowen, well, that's another issue. I know that it hasn't gone through to the agenda review, but I do think the agenda review is for everybody. I have never felt, I know our policy says something and we need to follow policy, but I have never felt squelched by the president or the superintendent in what agenda I can bring to the table. So if you're asking for an item on the agenda that says, I want to bring this item to the table, if that's what you're saying. I'm good with that. And I just don't think that, we would have to wait 2 weeks to get something on the agenda. I feel like we can just call the president, but you're not seeming to get there. I understand.
That is your
Okay.
experience. My experience is that, there's things I asked for long ago that I've just given up on, or time has passed. So everyone's experience is not equal on this board, I fear. So
I appreciate that, Director Benjamin. And I'd also like to say that you do ask for a lot, and we do provide a lot that you ask for. We may not provide everything, and we can work on that. We can certainly do that. There's some opportunities for us to improve. And I do think that if there's something that you want on the agenda, just say it. And it doesn't mean that it's going to go on. It means that we begin the conversation, because remember, just like tonight, board meeting agenda item sometimes has staff responsibilities tied to that for presentation sake. It really depends on the depth and the breadth of that topic. So I know it seems simple, but like we discussed in our MGT presentation, simple is not always easy. It is just that. So I hope we can move forward with this, knowing the context that you've provided and the rest of the board has provided this evening.
And so I would like a little clarity about what a lot means. What your definition of a lot is, because I am just trying to do board governance work and there is a lot that we are missing. So if that's what you mean by a lot, we should have had our board goals and our superintendent goals completed by July. So if asking for that is a lot, then I agree. So this is a bigger, deeper conversation, but there is a motion on the table.
Thank you, Director Benjamin.
Okay, I'm calling for the motion. All those in favor of putting this protocol conversation on the agenda tonight, signify by raising your right hand and saying aye.
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 All those opposed, signify by raising your right hand and saying nay. Abstentions? The motion carries. Okay. Discussion. What did you want to put on the agenda tonight, Director Benjamin?
Getting a protocol defined. It's exactly that. Getting a protocol defined on how one gets something on the agenda, how we equally get something on the agenda.
So it's been added to the agenda.
Thank you. So that's exactly it.
Okay.
I don't know how to be more clear. There needs to be an equitable way for all board directors to get things that are important to them on the agenda. I am, like I said, I'm excited to see that Director Bowen's item is finally on our agenda, if it's really been that long since she's asked. So thank you.
Clarification, Director Benjer. We had discussed this item between Director Bowen and I said, let's table that right now and think about learning more about it and seeing what was involved. It's and if there's any fault, it's mine here. So
well,
again,
President Hamada, I appreciate you saying that, because sometimes, there are issues involved and there are reasons why it doesn't go on. So I do appreciate you saying that, because it's always pointed out the superintendent didn't put it on there, or, that sort of thing. And that's not appropriate either. We really need to be fair. Where is the communication breakdown? That's really important. So I do appreciate that you mentioned.
Thank you.
And just not to belabor this, but there's a lot of things that I've asked for clarification on, and I've been told one thing and told another thing. So again, I'm really trying to learn this job and trying to do it right. So that's just where it's at.
Thank you.
Okay. So we are now, am I correct that we're moving on to the superintendent's report?
Preliminary communication from the audience.
Excuse me. Thank you.
Not quite there yet.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Holly, if you would read comments, please.
First comment is from Carolyn Harkins. Good evening, board members, Dr. Watts, and the general community. I have worked for KSD for the past 24 years in the developmental preschool program. I am a certified teacher with 2 master's degrees and endorsements in general education, special education, and early childhood education. I share my credentials with you because often as a preschool teacher, we are asked if we are real teachers with certification. I assure you we are. The ECSE preschool program is a KSD special education program. We are mandated by law to provide services for children with disabilities on their 3rd birthday. We are not an ECAEP or Head Start program, and we are not funded through the ESD. We belong to Kent. The ECSE program provides specially designed instruction, SDI, for children ages 3 to 5 with special needs, as well as preschool curriculum and services for their same age, typically developing peers. We have had to fight hard to get materials and technology for our preschoolers with special needs, and although we are grateful technology is finally being made available for some of the kids, I am hugely disappointed that KSD still refuses to provide materials and technology for our peers. Peers in our program provide social and communication models for our children with special needs. They are an integral part of the work we do, and program data shows that all kinds of kids benefit from this model. Peers pay to be part of our classes, and yet much of the money they bring in to help with the purchase of program materials does not make it to the classroom. Our preschool students deserve the same access and materials as every other student in the district. KSD is a preschool 21 through 21 district. Equity is a core value of KSD, and yet we do not treat all of our students with equity. Please encourage district administration to count all of our preschool students as students in the Kent School District. I urge the district to provide the needed materials and technology for all KSD students. Please help our youngest learners get set for success. These are all kids who live in our community and who will attend our schools as they grow older. If equity truly is a core value, then please provide equitable access to all KSD kids. Thank you for your time. I am happy to share my preschool class with all of you anytime. Please come see what we do. If you are interested in visiting my classroom, please feel free to contact me and attend one of my daily live classes. The next comment is from Brandy Ingham. I would like to thank the district for reconsidering the elementary schedule. 4 to 4.5 hours is way too long for the younger students to be in front of the computer for live teaching. It also left no time to pull small groups or work one-on-one with students, as we were told that was to be done during the asynchronous time. We were told the synchronous time had to be whole group for the entire amount of time. So I am thankful that the district has agreed to change that. I look forward to seeing what the new schedule will look like. In regards to hybrid learning, I would like to ask the board and district to consider using the COVID-19 infection numbers for the city of Kent instead of using King County as a whole. I believe that would be more accurate and the safest way to make sure it is the right time to move into hybrid learning. Thank you. The last comment is from Shannon Jepson Hernandez. Dear school board members, as the public spokesperson of the community committee working towards a school board recall, I would like to put on record I sent an email on Monday requesting to meet with each of you as individuals with the hopes of sharing the findings of our investigation regarding your individual infractions of policy and law. I have since received replies from 2 board members. As the letter stated, if we do not hear back from you by tomorrow, we will assume your lack of response indicates your unwillingness to hear the data and the suggested recommendations to rectify the errors. This good faith effort to support you in your duties as a community servant was done in hope of not having to proceed with the recall. If you are to meet with us, we will focus on the past as well as the future, sharing a list of terms needing a commitment from you in order to correct the infractions of law and policy. When the community charge against you is multiple infractions of law and policy, thus showing gross negligence, I would assume your efforts to improve these areas would be a priority. While the meeting will be focused on data and evidence, the issues fall in line with integrity, equity, safety, and justice. Issues of concern: manipulation and abuse of power, dysfunction of the board, community request for strong systems, failed inclusive education program, failed fiscal responsibility, fall remote learning preparation, lack of oversight to support the bargaining process, staffing. The decision to recall falls on the data of violations. While I hope you care to correct these infractions by collaborating as a team while revisiting the expectations of law, true objectivity relies on the data of evidence. I see many wonderful qualities in each of you and hope you can find it within yourselves to see those same qualities with each other. Perhaps a shift towards operating to the letter of the law would show growth in the right direction. Those are all the comments.
Thank you very much, Ms. Holly. We're on to 3.0, and that's, I'd like to call on Dr. Calvin Watts for your superintendent's report. Dr.
Absolutely.
Watts.
Yes. Thank you again, President Hamada, members of the board, staff, Ms. Holly, and community. This evening, I'm pleased to provide several essential updates relative to our mission, to our vision, and our core values of Kent School District. Beginning with, we continue to be on mission. We know that back to school has never looked quite like this, and yet I have also been able to experience on my own and through feedback from students, families, and staff that distance cannot come between the significant connections that are established and the relationships that are being built between our teachers and students this year. Taking the time to listen and learn about students and their individual experiences is crucial to our meeting students' needs, and it's essential in engaging them in meaningful learning. As we've continued to work through the technical and the adaptive challenges of remote learning these first few weeks, the adults in KSD have also been addressing schedule changes, lack of internet connectivity, increasing meal site locations, materials distribution, and so much more. However, we cannot and must not lose sight of the fact that without also ensuring that there is time in each school day for teachers to connect with students and include social emotional learning into the school day, then the rest of the teaching will not stick. And so research and experience show that strong relationships with caring adults and educators are crucial to keeping students and families involved in school and engaged in their learning. Building strong relationships with our students and families is a focus for all of us this year, not just during September's Attendance Awareness Month or in this time of remote learning. So I want to thank our staff for remaining on mission, even during this pandemic, to successfully prepare all students for their futures. I want to also thank our students and families for doing the impossible in this most extraordinary year, for adjusting to remote learning, and for displaying patience, compassion, and a willingness to learn. I see students not only surviving remote learning, but even had one personal experience shared with me today that shows that some are also thriving. And to those struggling in remote learning, students and adults alike, I see you too. I hear you. This is not going to last forever. We are here to help, to serve and support, which leads me to my second update. Our vision remains clear even in this pandemic. In this remote learning environment, our district vision still captures the future we seek for each and every student in Kent School District. We are working to produce graduates who are globally competitive learners through equitable access to high quality academic, social, and applied learning. Students are ready to excel in college, careers, and life. That is our vision statement. The reality is that COVID has put upon each of us in different ways these last nearly 8 months in KSD have shifted our attention to be equally focused on both the long-term and the immediate future. On Friday, September 18th, I shared information in a family update to our families and staff about the need to prepare for a transition to hybrid learning. Our back to school task force tackled this work each and every day throughout the weeks of our summer, And while we do have an established plan, we must also continue planning for the unexpected. As an example, since our board approved this plan in August, guidance has changed, and our global understanding of the impact of COVID-19 continues to change. Our task force will be coming back together to make necessary revisions to our current plan in order to align it with current guidelines. And we're also launching a new Kent School District student and family survey. Why? Because we want and need to hear directly from students and families about their preferences, as well as their concerns regarding hybrid learning. Now, as a parent, myself, as a community member, as superintendent, I am committed to making this decision with the priority being first and foremost on the health and safety and wellness of our students and our staff. This decision cannot be rushed. We must provide the opportunity to hear from our students, to hear from our families, to hear from our staff members. It must be based in fact, not fear. And we must be sure we are prepared for the opportunities and the challenges that a transition of this magnitude is sure to bring before we safely return to in-person learning. Now, with no identified start date at this time, we will provide more information in the coming weeks through all Kent School District platforms and at upcoming board meetings. Committed to our core values. Tonight, our board will again discuss and have the opportunity to approve items in direct support of our continued response to meet the needs of all students and families in our district. From supporting meal distribution services to internet access, developing and retaining our premier workforce, and meaningful two-way communication with our community. I appreciate all Team KSD members who continue to work hard and smart, consciously making decisions as leaders each day, whether from the classroom to the boardroom or to the living room, to address the many technical challenges in remote learning. Now is the time that we need to lean into our shared core values of equity, excellence, and community as we continue persisting through this new extraordinary school year. Now is also the pivotal time for us to dive deeper into key adaptive questions we began looking at this summer. Those who remember, our Back to School Task Force engaged in a webinar led by Dr. Pedro Nagara. What steps should we as a district, or you and your school on your team, do to address equity challenges before the reopening of school? Those were questions we posed. Where will capacity building among staff be needed? Content knowledge, relationships across racial, cultural differences, teaching strategies to enhance engagement. And what strategies can we use in Kent School District to build community and to help people to feel comfortable at school again? These are all questions that are not easily derived by theorizing alone, but we must engage in thoughtful discussion to get closer to reasonable solutions. And as we prepare to bring our students back into buildings for in-person learning, our focus will remain on student and staff safety. Again, thank you for your attention to these updates and continued partnership during this health crisis. I know we will continue to get through this and get through this together. To support your child's learning, please learn more about the applications our students use for remote learning like Microsoft Teams, Canvas, Flipgrid, by participating in free live virtual training events and exploring quick tutorial videos in our Family Tech Academy available through our website. In closing, I want to reiterate that I understand there are many moving pieces to these plans, and it can feel overwhelming to keep up with everything at this time. However, we are in this together. Kent School District is committed to student and staff safety, and we will continue to adapt as the situation surrounding COVID-19 evolves, and as the Washington State Department of Health and OSPI continue to release new guidelines. We are preparing to return to in-person instruction once conditions allow us to do so safely. And we will continue to communicate regularly through our school and our district websites, through our mobile app, and through other social media channels. There's no doubt that it will take all of us, students, families, staff, and our entire community working together to support a safe and successful 2020-2021 school year. Thank you for your continued partnership during this health crisis. This concludes my report.
Thank you, Dr. Watts. We're now on to 4.0, legislative update, and I'm going to call on Director Vendagosalan to give her report.
Okay, I don't have much. I have sent the file for the legislative update to everybody. I realized it was late today. And we still have one day, but it's pretty much everything we went over. I've added a few things on there that some of us had discussed in our submissions, and then also some from previous years. So a couple of things. So I did that did come up. We found out that the prioritization won't happen until after the assembly. So we have until October 5th to kind of come up with that summary. And so that will narrow it down to 15 from the 20 that we're going to review. I am going to speak to the ones that staff have put together. The pros and cons. So I will respond to those when they come up. We also committed to Tequila to support their proposal. I had forgotten about that. So that is one that I added to the 20. So we said 20 because some may fall off. And so we should have some backups that we're going to propose and prioritize. So that's, well, I did have a couple of amendments that are going to happen. And, you know, as you know, state has released funds for internet, but what about slow, unreliable access, or if people don't have access at all? So there is one proposal that is being amended to include the words access to the internet, access to internet connectivity that's going in there. So we may want to push something like that because that would apply to many of our districts. And so that might bump up if something fails in our priority list. It was just an amendment that came forward a couple of days ago. And also a biennial review and potential revision of the prototypical school funding formula that has been in contention for some time, not looking at money following the need. So that one is a biennial review, and that has not happened for many years, the whole prototypical funding model. So those are the two amendments I'm suggesting we also consider part of our priority. So that's about all I have for now. I don't have any other updates as of today, but I will next week.
Thank you very much. And I might add that any director can be on that session tomorrow. There is no limit of two because I feel it's not actually a meeting where we're all together and discussing things. I do hope to be on there a little bit tomorrow and watch and see what takes place.
Yeah, it'll be a long day.
Yeah.
Thank you for all your work on that very much.
Thank you.
All right, we're on to 5.0 presentations and 5.1 state required paraeducator certificate program updates. And I'm not sure who's presenting that tonight. I don't have a note on that.
Yes.
Dr. Behringer.
Dr. Behringer, good. Thank you. Thank you.
Good evening, President Hamada, members of the board, Dr. Watts, Ms. Holly. Thank you very much for the opportunity to share with you this evening some of the amazing work that is taking place in HR, as well as in our district. As a human resources community, it is our responsibility to support all of our employees and their respective associations, as well as our communities and their teams with professional growth and development. Tonight, we get to hear about our paraeducators' success and their participation in the state required fundamental course of study work. Kim Cushman and her team have worked tirelessly over the last year and into this year to support our valuable paraeducators through this process. So at this time, I'd like to introduce one of our truly appreciated HR leaders, Assistant Director of Classified Program and Professional Development, Ms. Kim Cushman, who's going to share updates regarding the fundamental course of study. Kim?
Thank you, Wade, and good evening. I'm going to share my screen with you here shortly. Maybe. Okay. I've been asked to join you this evening to provide an informational session and just overview of the state required paraeducator certificate program. This will include an update from the 2019-20 school year, as well as our plans for the 2020-2021 school year. We're going to start with just a review of the program. We did present this last year, September 11th, in the board meeting. So I just wanted to go through a few of the details and what the program entails, and that's how we'll begin tonight. To start, hold on, I am going to move. I have pictures all over my presentation. I'm going to start with the actual House bill itself that this program references. This is actually the header, the intent of the bill. The paraeducators provide the majority of instruction in programs designed by the legislature to reduce the opportunity gap. By setting common statewide standards, requiring training in those standards, and offering career development for paraeducators, as well as training for teachers and principals who work with paraeducators, students in these programs have a better chance of succeeding. For a quick program overview, we are going to be looking at the two areas that are highlighted in blue. These are the two required training portions of the program. It starts with the fundamental course of study, which is 28 hours of training, 12 units that are laid out by the state. And then that's followed by a general paraeducator certificate, which is 70 clock hours that would be earned after completion of the fundamental course of study. Today, we are going to focus on the fundamental course of study, as that is what our paraeducators are required to take training in at this point. This slide just overviews the training components. The program has these 12 units, 28 hours in total, and they are outlined curriculum that is provided to us by the state. Another important part to consider as we look through this work is in the House Bill Section 7, it highlights the phrase subject to availability of amounts appropriated for this specific purpose. And I bring that up because the fundamental course of study itself is actually a 4-day training, but the funds that have been appropriated are only 2 days. And so you'll see as we go through the presentation, in 1920, we offered 14 hours or 2 days of training, and we'll be doing that again in the 2020-2021 school year. And that's reflective of this language that you see here. As we just discussed, funded by legislature in the 1920 school year was a requirement for districts to provide 2 days or 14 hours of training on the fundamental course of study to all paraeducators who were hired prior to the 1920 school year. There was also funding available if any newly hired paraeducators last year participated in the training, and we did have several that opted to participate, but they were not required to. So the requirement really fell on those that were hired prior to last year, but the training was available to all paraeducators last year, including those that were hired within the school year. Just to give a summary of last year, in the Kent School District, we completed training for 535 paraeducators. So at least 14 hours of training were completed by those paraeducators. 47 of the 56 newly hired paraeducators in the 1920 school year completed their 14 hours of training as well. I thought that was a really great number. They could have been hired in February and completed, or they could have been hired in October. But they did opt to just complete the training and get it out of the way, which is great news. We did have 2 paraeducators who were hired prior to the 2019 school year who failed to complete the required 14 hours of training. Another good sign, funding that was awarded to the paraeducator grant provided 100% of the extra time, trainer pay, and support staff that were required to support this program in the 1920 school year. We're going to move now to what this training will look like in the 2020-2021 school year. As been funded by legislature, those that were hired before 2019, they must complete the next 14 hours. So those paraeducators will have the entire fundamental course of study complete by the end of this school year. In addition, the paraeducators who were hired for the first time during the 1920 school year would have been required to complete those 14 hours. So we do have many of them who are on track to complete the entire fundamental course of study, and we are supporting them with extra time pay for that training. But their requirement is that they complete at least the 14 hours. This is a fun new little caveat that goes into place this year. Starting this school year, any paraeducator who was hired prior to September 1st and hired in accordance to this rule means their actual first day of work. So for us this year, we managed to not have to go with this little bit of a rule. But next year it will be this. So before September 1st, if they're hired, we must provide the first 2 days or 14 hours of training by September 30th. That provides a bit of a time crunch to get that 14 hours of training in, and we'll talk about how we're going to do that in a few minutes. Also, any new paraeducator who's hired after September 1st, we follow this first bullet point with 10,000 or more students. They'll have 4 months from the date of hire, which first day of actual work, to complete their 14 hours of training. Another emergency rule that has been put into place due to our current situation, the fundamental course of study was designed that it could be a combination of online learning and live learning. It was set by the state that no more than 7 hours of training would be available. No less than 7 hours of training would be in person. Up until the closure, we had actually opted for all of our training to be in person. And so any training that was specifically designed and delivered by the Kent School District was live. After closure, we did have to adapt. And this emergency rule kind of goes into effect with that adaptation. The emergency rule states that the in-person requirements, so 7 hours at a minimum, can be offered through a synchronous learning environment. And so moving into 2021, we will be doing our live training over Teams. As I started to discuss, we had to adapt with the closure. So in March, we began building all of our fundamental course of study training into Canvas courses, with the exception of 7 hours, as would be required for our live training component. The 7 hours that we chose to keep as live training are on cultural identity and diversity and equity. And so all of our paraeducators will be receiving that training live, which we hope will foster a more collaborative working environment. This year, those live trainings will be offered over Teams. In addition, to address the new hire requirement, we've decided district-wide to have all paraeducators complete their first 14 hours in their first 4 weeks of employment. Last year, it was a bit of a challenge tracking everybody who was able to complete the training in whatever time fit with their schedule, especially having live trainings. It was very difficult. This year, with Canvas training being an option, every new hire will be given their first 14 hours of training on Canvas. they receive an email copied to their principal of exactly what the training requirement will be. And over their first 4 weeks of early release Wednesdays, they'll complete 3.5 hours per week, completing their 14 hours. Now, this also meets both requirements for new hires, as we saw in the earlier slides. So in upcoming years, if we're continuing with this process, it'll meet that requirement no matter when the paraeducator is hired. And just lastly, I wanted to share some feedback. I won't read all of them, but there are great comments that we've heard working with the state. They seem very pleased with the engagement and the organization that we've been able to have, and really the participation of our paraeducators. It's been really an amazing learning opportunity, and the feedback that we've gotten has been overwhelmingly positive, which is great to hear. So at this time, I'd like to open it up for any questions.
How many, excuse me, go ahead.
Ms. Cushman, you mentioned the 14 hours in Canvas and so forth. You know, in looking at the turnover for our paraeducators, what happens when we hire paraeducators middle of the year and they're coming from another district that's about the same size as ours? Do they have to redo the training that they may have received in another district?
Yeah, no, they this is statewide, and as we talked about, the curriculum is also guided by the state. And so it's designed that each paraeducator in the state of Washington takes each of the 12 units one time. And so, you know, depending on if they had completed the entire fundamental course of study in another school district, it would transfer over to us. If they completed part of it, we are equipped to offer them all of the training that they would need. And that's actually one of the questions that we ask them right when they're hired, is if they were employed in another school district. Our HR assistant who works with the program, Christy Gillette, she actually talks to them about specifically what they've already taken and will assign them what they need to complete accordingly.
Okay, okay.
Ms. Cushman, I'm curious if we have maintained the same level of paraeducators as in the past, staff-wise?
It's a fairly close number. I can tell you that at the beginning of last year, we anticipated about 500. We trained 580, I'm sorry, and we trained 585. That does include people who are no longer with the district. Offering another training that we just had for paraeducators, we had 517. And so that the number fluctuates slightly, but it is always in the middle 500 range.
So they're actively engaged in working with the district today.
Mm-hmm.
And they have found places with our remote learning to be useful, correct?
Yeah, I can answer that, President Hamada. Yes, our paraeducators are participating in online virtual learning. They're supporting students in small breakout groups. They're also in classrooms with teachers monitoring the chat to support students who have questions while teachers are teaching. When they're not working directly with students, they're collaborating with teachers in teachers' asynchronous time. They're also working on answering their emails and setting up opportunities for learning what the next lesson is going to be to support the teacher the next day, or working on some individual work, preparing for working in small groups with students. So yes, our paraeducators are currently working with our students in the remote learning environment.
Thank you.
Can I ask about the co-teaching? How that look very different for paraeducators now on this online situation? How does that?
Yes, I would say that, I'm sorry, Wade, if you
No,
want
go
to
ahead.
answer that.
Nope,
I would
go
say
ahead.
that everything looks different right now, but really our teaching learning team are the professionals on answering that question. And I'm sure that they would be able to if you wanted to direct that at them.
Okay, I get it.
Sure. Good evening, President Hamada, board directors, Dr. Watts and Ms. Howley. So to kind of reiterate what Kim shared earlier, it does look a little bit different. So if we think about our model for our EL students and how they support and provide some one-on-one supports or small group supports for students, that does look a little bit differently. It does take collaboration and planning, and you know, our schools, our principals are recognize the importance of trying to help facilitate that as best they can, so that those services can continue to be offered for students. And if we transition back to a hybrid or in-person model, like that'll be another shift for our staff in figuring out how to balance that. So the planning and preparation for that is going to be pretty critical. And our team has already started to have some of those conversations about how we can best support and what that model of support would look like.
Yeah, I wanted to bring that up because last year I sat with paraeducators during Talk 2019, and that was one of the bigger concerns that they had, the training for co-teaching model. Yeah, especially for EL.
Yeah, and that's, you know, we do have quite a bit of professional learning, but our professional learning for our paraeducators that support our English learners, it's pretty substantial. There's quite a bit of PD that's provided there. And one of the things that we did to prepare for remote learning is ensure that all of our paraeducators had the Canvas and Teams training that our staff had access to, in addition to participating in Talk 2020 this year as well, and the full library of PD that's offered to kind of help support providing remote instruction for students.
Thank you.
Thank you. This has been, I watched this presentation last year, so I appreciate seeing, you know, the data from last year compared to this year. And I know this year is completely different. So I just thank you for providing all that information.
Thank you very much, Ms. Cushman. Is there any other discussion? Seeing none, we'll move on. Thank you very much.
Good evening.
Thank you.
We're on to oops, where did I go? I went away. I will return. We're on to 5.2, enrollment update. And I don't know who's going to do that tonight, so help me, please.
I will. Thank you, President Hamada. At this time, I want to introduce our Chief Accountability Officer or leading organizational effectiveness community, who will introduce our speaker for this evening regarding our enrollment update in the context that is supported by our data. Dr. Harmon.
Good evening, President Hamada, members of the board, Dr. Watts, Ms. Holly. It's a pleasure to be here tonight to talk about enrollment, and Executive Director Ben Rarick is going to go through an enrollment presentation. It's a hot topic, not just in Kent School District, but across our nation, as families all over are figuring out how to serve students in a new way. And so I'll turn it over to Mr. Rarick, and he will share that information with you all, and we'll entertain questions afterwards.
Good evening, everybody. I think I'm going to be sharing my screen. Is that correct? Are you able to see my screen?
Yes.
Great. Okay, so I have a relatively brief presentation here. The intent of this presentation is just give you an update on what we're seeing with regards to student enrollment. A couple of caveats before we get into the data. Remember that as soon as we give this presentation, we get new information every day, right? So I focus this presentation on the first 4 days of the school year. But as you'll soon learn, our student count dates have been extended. So I'm just giving you what we saw after the first official 4 days, but that could very well change as we implement the changes that have been rolled out by LSPI over the last couple of weeks. Okay, so this slide shows you some solid bar graphs compared to some shaded or slashed line bar graphs. And this methodology is what we call the apples to apples methodology. So sometimes when you're talking to people about enrollment, they say, well, we're down some amount of students. And then you always have to stop them and go, well, are you down based on the number of students you had or based on the number of students you budgeted? Right? Those are different things. In Kent, fortunately, those have typically not been hugely different things, but in some districts that project large enrollment, that can be an issue, right? So this apples to apples comparison is how many students on an FTE basis showed up on day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4, and day 5 last year, as compared to how many showed up in the same sequence this year, okay? And so, the results are not what I was expecting. And that is a common theme across apparently the entire state, but I can say for certainty in the King and Pierce County regions. Through day 5, we were down 1,320 students on an FTE basis comparing day 5 last year to day 5 this year. Now we're going to kind of go into that, see how it breaks down. Okay, probably should have used a different color choice there. I don't know if you can see that real well, but it's the light blue bar graphs. And what this is doing is it's taking that figure that I gave you and showing that variation by grade. Okay. What's noteworthy here, probably what's most noteworthy is probably what you're seeing in kindergarten. So kindergarten is the grade, again, as of that date, where we're seeing the largest drop. That is not entirely unexpected in the sense that, I had heard anecdotally from other districts and in our community that parents that had any sort of judgment call to make whatsoever about sending their kid or not sending their kid to kindergarten under the pandemic conditions may be inclined to hold their student back. In the region, this has been colloquially referred to as the red shirt effect, right? That next year you'll have a larger cohort of kindergartners. Presumably you would. The students that are just naturally of that age, as well as the number of students that maybe were on the edge of the date and held back. Okay. Here's a representation of impacted schools. I want to stress again that, if you're a principal watching this presentation, this data is antiquated to you because you already have updated information. This was a snapshot as of day 4. But this is new information for the board. So almost all of the enrollment loss to this point has been at the elementary level. Okay. Very little action at the middle and high school level. I picked out the top 8 schools in terms of the largest raw FTE decline in enrollment. with 91 students being the largest for any particular school. Again, that was on day 4. So we've seen a fair amount of movement since then across schools, and this list might look a little different as we go through the school year. Middle school and high school, aren't even 20% of the total decline. It seems to be an entirely elementary level phenomenon. Okay. So when I get together with my peers and we talk about enrollment, there's a lot of clarifying that happens when you say, oh, we're down 500 students or we're down 1,000 students. It's down compared to what? Okay. So I don't wish to confuse you here, but because you're going to hear a lot of this at your WASDA conferences and everything, it's important that you kind of understand that people talk about these things a little differently. So you hear about school A saying, well, we're down 2,000 students. Sometimes they projected to gain 800 students. So they're really only apples to apples down 1,200, that sort of phenomenon. So the 3 ways that we look at enrollment are, what was the actual drop, meaning how many kiddos did we have last September and how many do we have this September? And then what is the drop relative to what we used for staffing? So remember, we do staffing in, winter, very early spring, right? When the pandemic was just an emerging phenomenon. And then 3, what was it compared to the budget? By the time we got to the summer where we were preparing to adopt an F195, it became clear that we were not going to start the school year in a bricks and mortar environment, that this was a much more significant phenomenon than we might have believed in the previous February or March. So we revised our enrollment figures, and in retrospect, glad we did. Okay. So right now, I don't want to say right now, as of the 5th day of school, we were down 1,320. Okay. Now recall in the adopted budget that we were projecting a small, about a 1% decrease in enrollment, right? So the difference between between actual enrollment and what we budgeted is about 1,072. Okay. In the winter and early spring, we were projecting a small increase, okay, of approximately in the range of 200, as I recall. Okay. So the difference between what we used for staffing and current enrollment is about 1,643. Okay. So the takeaways from this would be, if nothing changed about this, and I'm quite certain that quite a few things will change about it, but just to help your understanding, that this obviously kind of enriches our staffing ratios because we've got the same number of staff, but much fewer students, right? So whatever we thought we were staffing at from a staffing ratio standpoint is going to be far more rich than anticipated. Okay. But from a budget standpoint, we're in better shape because we drew down the enrollment for revenue. So we're going to lose less revenue than we otherwise would have had we not revised that enrollment projection. So obviously, this has very significant financial impacts on the school district. And there's a whole slew of assumptions that go into that. We've decided not to get into those financial projections this evening, simply because most of those projections are based on the idea that we would be out of school for the full year. And as our public health data come back to us, we actually are starting to be a lot more optimistic than that, and hopeful that a lot of our kiddos will come back to us. But certainly from a budget standpoint, the most important thing that I'm thinking about are 2 things. One, how long would we be in this scenario where we lose these enrollment counts? Again, we're primarily concerned about their education, but the financial impact is a important secondary consideration. And then second, what does the bounce back look like? So when we get back to school, when everybody decides that this pandemic is over, and whatever that looks like, from a public health standpoint, does those 1,320 students, do they return to us as regular public students? So thank you for the opportunity to go over that summary, and I yield for any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ben. Questions from the board?
Yes. So we know the enrollment variation by grade. I'm just curious, with those particular schools that you listed, the elementary schools, I'm just wondering if there's some sort of a pattern there. Like, are they seeing mostly sixth graders, or in those particular schools, do they see some sort of a pattern? I ask that because, our schools are scattered in so many places, and I'm wondering if it's a concentrated, but I do see diversity in those schools. It's a diverse group of students. So I don't know, I guess, how do we dig into that? Like, how do we can we get our PTAs to call these students to find out what's happening? How do we get into that granular level so we have a better understanding? Yeah.
So if I understanding you correctly, like, how do we reach out and make sure that the families have every tool they need to be enrolled in our school district and understand the obstacles that they may be experiencing and accessing our educational programs?
Yes, exactly. I mean, it's good to see the numbers and see that it's elementary, but it does vary with the grades too, quite a bit. Like grade 2, there's not much there happening. Grades 4, 5, and 6. So, and also those particular schools, what is happening there? Is it a geographical issue? Is it daycare, children, apartments? Are we looking at all of those variables?
Yes. Well, I think that would be a great kind of group discussion here. I'll make a brief comment, and then maybe I can implore some of my colleagues to chime in.
Absolutely.
So I have spent a fair amount of time with my colleague, Randy Heath, who I don't know if he's on the meeting tonight or not.
He is.
Hey, Randy. Randy and I are tired of seeing each other's face. But we have spent quite a bit of time probing into those exact questions that you're asking, Director Vengadaslam. And, I think we are seeing some trends. The other thing that I failed to mention, and my presentation wouldn't be complete if I didn't mention this, and then I'll turn it over to Randy, is that once we started submitting our data and we found out that pretty much every other district in the region was in the exact same position, meaning they were down 5, 6, 7%, our neighboring districts, OSPI quickly issued revised guidance because we all called down there at once and said, we have a problem, this is an issue. It's the first time we've ever had to do this as a system, and we just have a lot of kiddos or families who haven't been able to engage for one reason or another, and we need more time to be able to access those families. And so the OSPI did respond quickly, which we appreciate, and they have revised the guidance, and we're still now, as of even today and tomorrow, communicating with every one of our schools about the extended timeline for the student counts and what constitutes engagement, what the definition of attendance and engagement is, which they've added some new language to. And so that's important for you all to know that OSPI has made an effort, at least. So I'm going to defer to Dr. Vela or Randy or anyone else who might want to expound on the director's question.
Thank you, Ben. Israel? Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you, Ben. Yeah, Randy and I did discuss parts of this today. I did want to say, first of all, Director Vengadaslam, that September typically is the time our data processors and registrars are actually reconciling a number of enrollment pieces, everything from registration to withdrawals, et cetera. However, specific to your question, Mr. Heath has been working with DPs and principals specifically on some of the engagement pieces. So I'll turn that over to him to talk a little bit about those activities. Randy?
Absolutely. And first, I want to take this opportunity to do a shout out to our staff in our schools who are working incredibly hard to find families. They are working, in an environment that they're not used to at the beginning of the year. Enrollments have been more difficult. Withdrawals have been more difficult. Everything has been more difficult because it's a new process. But, basically, even what you saw was a snapshot of up until count day, the first 4 days. But that was just the start of the work, because at that point, then the schools all mobilized into finding whoever they could to start making as many phone calls, and some of the family, and some of them were walking the neighborhoods. Once again, they were out trying to find out where our students are. And if they're still in the community, do they know that school has started? Are they having technology issues? Are they having this or that? And then even breaking down, because technology issues is a big thing. So, is it because you haven't picked up your laptop yet? Is it because you don't have adequate internet? Is it because you have a computer from last year, but it's not functioning the way it should when we turned it back on at the beginning of the year? So, and it was important to know what each of those different things were, because then we could try to address it in a different way. And so, as Israel stated, this is the time, always September is the time where we are trying to determine where our kids went to that didn't show up. Every year we have kids that don't show up, and then we have to try to figure out where they went. In the perfect world, parents, when they withdraw and go to somewhere else, would let us know beforehand, this is where we're going and this is what we're doing. The reality is that does not happen in most cases, and therefore we have to wait until the new school maybe reaches out for records, or the new school gets them enrolled and we can see in the statewide system that they're enrolled somewhere else, or we get the intent to homeschool in, which actually isn't due until September 15th of every school year. And so like last week, we got a large flux of new ones in, and we'll continue to have them in through September. All this to say, there's a large group of people that are trying to find every single student that is out there and get them engaged. And we're even working with our community-based organizations to get the word out to any family that we are still open for business, we are still working, we're still remote. And if there's any barriers keeping them from participating, we're ready to help address those barriers. So I think, the numbers have already changed. And I think we'll have some good information in October about really kind of where our kids went to, or how many of them we just haven't been able to determine at all.
Right.
Whoever wants to answer this, I've been seeing communication from special needs parents with IEPs and stuff. That there's, and I'm seeing the articles I'm reading across the state is kind of a drop in services to that. And I'm wondering if you have any idea how many of those students are factored into that, because we just haven't been able to provide services.
This is Spencer, and I will take a little bit of an attempt to answer that question. We actually haven't seen a significant enrollment drop as it pertains to inclusive education, and that may be for a variety of factors. There's a question absolutely around services and engagement, and those are questions definitely we're working on as a district. But in terms of pure numbers, we haven't, which is a separate, I understand, a separate matter from student access to services and what that looks like.
Thank you.
So purely from a budget standpoint, as we started this year, was there any contingency planning done from a financial perspective?
Yes, there was.
Okay, so at what point would the board get involved? Would we have to change our budget?
So it depends on the nature of that change. So we're kind of in the, just keep in mind that even though I've given you kind of the 4-day look at enrollment, we actually haven't done our September count yet because the window has been extended. So, you know, I'm hopeful that the news will be considerably better than what we presented this evening. If, remember that the process of revising a budget usually comes into play when the expenditure authority that the board has granted the district is not sufficient enough. And you remember we had to come back to you last year in the debt service fund. We needed permission to be able to spend a little more, remember that? In this case, it's going to go in the opposite direction. Meaning, if anything, we would be spending considerably less, but we would be accepting quite a bit of less revenue. So when we say revise the budget, we probably, I can't think of a scenario, I mean, I can't say never, but I can't think of a scenario at this point where we would formally vote on a budget revision that we would subsequently send to the state. It would probably be more like, you know, if we think that these enrollment declines are enduring, and we think that it's a long time period for which they will, in fact, be in effect, how does that impact reductions on the expenditure side? And that's not a question that I'm prepared to answer yet, as I don't think that's a question that the executive committee is prepared to answer yet.
Okay. I just, I'm most worried about the lost kids. And I was worried about that in March, April, May, June. So that's, aside from that, the just losing the kids to education, I'm hoping that some of these children that are gone have found some other form of education and they're being homeschooled, or they're getting their education, because it'd be a shame if they weren't. But you know, I look to 2017 when just you know, staffing and projection, and I think that was 500 kids, and then I'm looking at over 1,000. So I just, you know, I worry about an operating plan, and I worry about our fund balance and things like that, in addition to worrying about the students. So I guess I want some type of assurance that, is there a way for the board to see the contingency planning and the community?
Yeah, I'm just not able to speak on the behalf of the district on that at this point. There's some decisions that are in the process of being made that have not been made. And so I hope that you're not thinking I'm being evasive. It's just simply that there isn't anything to communicate at this point.
Okay.
I think that an important first thing will be what is the real September enrollment count? What are we actually going to be able to count? Because what I've presented to you this evening is not that. That was the enrollment count based on the prior OSPI guidance. And so now Randy and I and others are working furiously to try to take advantage of the new language. Now, I feel it necessary to emphasize this time and time again, like we're talking about kids as dollars and cents. The primary consideration here is their education.
Yes.
I think about all these kids like they were my own kiddo, you know? So my job is the financial thing, and that's why I'm talking in these languages. But, you know, the point here is that every one of these kiddos needs a public education, and we want to provide them that, and that's where the focus should be. So don't let my language dissuade you otherwise.
My next question is for Mr. Heath. So how successful have we been finding those students?
Sorry, coming back.
Thank you.
You know, we've made a lot of progress. I think there's some important dates that are coming up in terms of the revised date that we're trying to get from September. The other thing, we will be receiving back from all of our schools in early October their complete list of all of their kids where we've just not been able to determine where they they've gone. So we'll have some accurate numbers. And then we're working with the DARTS team right now, really to try to create some research around that and try to better understand trends per like building or levels or grade levels or other things like that. So I really do think by, the middle of October, we'll have a very good idea of maybe where these kids have gone. But the numbers keep getting smaller, is what I'm hearing from the buildings.
So are there any students that we haven't been able, there are same students that we haven't been able to reach since March? Because I know there were.
Yeah, no, I mean, I don't know. We had gotten that number down pretty low by the time that school had gotten out. And that was meaning that and remember, it wasn't that they had necessarily, participated in class last spring. It was, we were actually able to talk to their parent and found out that, they were still in the area and they were good to go. And so, right now, we always have, every year, we have students who we're expecting to show up that don't show up. And so this exercise of trying to find where they've gone is something we always do every year. We just have more of them this year.
A lot more. That it just really worries me.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not going to dismiss the numbers. I just want to reiterate again that this is going into what, 4 days, the first 4 days. So we have to see some sort of a trend analysis before we make any rash moves. So I guess I would, when can we expect some, is it in October that we can expect some stability in the numbers? Or stability meaning any deviation from our budget discussions?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it seems like Randy and I are receiving an email from OSPI every day that changes the nature of this answer. But I mean, I would say it's a fair question, and I ask myself that question as well. How much proof do I need, sort of thing, I think that, once we lock in the September counts, and the October counts will be shortly after that. So it'll be an interesting situation unless they rewrite the rule beyond what I've been told. The flexibility pertains to the month of September, not any subsequent month. So we could have September counts wrapping up relatively soon here, and then we'll be doing an October count within the next week and a half of that, putting us in mid-October. If the September and October counts are fairly commensurate with each other, then it's time to say, okay, here's where we're at specifically. And I certainly have been working on this, Director Bangalowski, but I'm just saying from a community standpoint, that will give us a very clear touch point in terms of the revenue side of the equation. Because once you've got September and October, history tells us that the rest of the months are fairly predictive of those 2 months. So.
Okay, that's good to know. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Eric, just in comparison, and you may not have the answer to this, I'm just curious. In South King County, do you have any comparison to school districts our size and their? Would you mind sharing that with us?
Yeah. If I can just be a little general, those were shared with me in a meeting that we agreed not to kind of broadcast them and let each district do their own, with their boards and their communities. But if you'll just permit me to say, we're definitely not alone in the range that we're down. And I'm talking about districts like Federal Way, Highline, Auburn, Renton. We are neither down the largest nor down the least. And I'm just trying to be respectful of their process and their community.
Sure,
So,
of course. No, that gives me an idea. I mean, it does. That's what I was after. I'm curious. Do I hear you saying, and correct me if I'm wrong, because I like to get things kind of simplistic, that even though we are where we are today, and you are optimistic that it could trend a little better, do I hear you, we have prepared our budget in a good position where dramatic changes would not have to be made because of the offset of cost, income and out are going to kind of balance out?
No, ma'am, you are not hearing me say that.
Okay. Okay.
What I would be comfortable saying at this point is that, and I think this is a good conversation to remember anytime in future years we're talking about what's the right amount of fund balance to carry. These are the situations why you have a fund balance. And all the districts in the region right now are kind of trying to figure out how long they're going to be out is the first key thing. You would plan for this very differently if you were assuming that we'd be out all year, as opposed to some sort of mid-year transition, you know, and we're more and more hopeful as time goes, right? Especially with the recent communication. But, you know, we don't know what the future holds. So to just, I don't want to get too far ahead here, but you're making a decision about how just to drain your fund balance, you know, for that situation versus making some changes to help mitigate the revenue loss that you experience.
Okay.
And
Now
you kind of have to figure out what that proportion is. You're not going to do all one or all the other. It's going to be some, right? And if you think that this pandemic situation will have long-lasting impacts on enrollment beyond just the period of time that we're under this, you know, specific public health order, you would plan for that differently than if you thought, oh, we're going to return very soon and all the students are going to come back. So there's some key underlying assumptions there.
That does help me, and I will be watching for your report in October. Thank you very much. Any further discussion?
So just to clarify, again, I'll follow on you, President Hamada. Did I hear you say, Mr. Rarick, that there could potentially be a point where we'd have to make a decision on how to drain the fund balance? Is that what you said?
I wouldn't use those terms.
I thought I wrote it down exactly what you said, I thought.
Right. I'd like an opportunity
Your
to
speech, you want to
clarify that
please,
because I wouldn't want that specific phrasing to mislead people to believe we are entertaining a policy that we're not entertaining.
Okay.
So it's good for an opportunity to clarify that.
Great.
So thanks for bringing it up.
Mm-hmm.
So districts, I think, across the state, and particularly the larger ones, are in a position of having to figure out, okay, if we're going to experience a large drop of enrollment, how do you solve that?
Yeah.
Or, excuse me, a large drop of revenue. How do you solve that? There are two kind of major contributing strategies to how you could address a large drop in revenue. Okay. One of them is kind of one time, and one of them is kind of more ongoing. A one time is that, you know, some districts may decide in part to not try to reduce spending to the same degree that they're losing enrollment, because they're banking on the fact that this is going to be a temporary change. They're going to be able to ride it out, and that they'll have that bounce back that I talked to you about, where all the students come back, revenue returns, etc. Right? Other districts may be less sanguine and think, you know, I'm not sure how long I'm going to be out. I'm not sure what that bounce back looks. And so they may make a decision where they decide to utilize some of their fund balance in combination with a reduction of expenditure. And that balance, like figuring out what that ratio is a conversation happening all the way across the state, right? With groups just like this, and probably in different proportions. And if you're in Eastern Washington, you might have a different conversation than you would if you're in King County, and so on and so on. So But the point about this is one of the reasons why you have a fund balance, so that even the most significant and fundamental things that impact the district, you can still get on the other side of it in a healthy fashion. This is why large organizations have fund balances.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, we're moving on to 6.0, Board of Directors discussion and approval. And the first one on the agenda is 1, discussion of adding an opening statement. Ray, the Kent School District land and indigenous inhabitants. I'll entertain a motion.
I make a motion that we have a discussion of adding an opening statement, RA KSD land and indigenous inhabitants.
Second.
All right, discussion.
I think that it would be paramount that we do this. You know, as leaders in the community and as equity being our very first cornerstone of what we believe in the Kent School District for all of our students. You know, recognizing the indigenous tribes of the area, I think would be, like I said, paramount to taking the very first step in some other more equitable decisions for our community. And, you know, like I've said before, you know, I do have a personal stakeholder in this because my daughters are Native American, registered not with a local tribe, but with the Samish Indian Nation. So, you know, if, you know, I feel very strongly that, you know, history needs to be accurate. History needs to be forthcoming. History needs to not whitewash what's happened and start, like I said, with a small step going forward like this.
Well, I'll just chime in with this, that I've done some research, and thanks to Ms. Laramie for providing me a lot of materials. And I have spoken with some tribal leaders across the state of Washington who represent tribes back in Washington, D.C., and they were elated that we were even bringing it up. And I was just kind of taken aback that some of the school district that they reside in have not even discussed it. And they were just like, go for it, you know? And I think if we are an educational body, we have in our mission statement and our creed that we want equity. And what better way to honor that than educating before every school member, every school board meeting, a little bit of honoring our past history, and perhaps in some way conveying some educational merit just by bringing it up and talking about it and respecting it. And maybe from time to time, probably the kids in our classrooms may be doing something oriented toward this. We might want to bring that forward too. So I was very excited when Director Bowen wanted to talk about this, and taken a little while before I understood the whole process of how we want to bring this forward and what would be involved in it. But I would really like to see us, as John Lewis said, move our feet on this, and that means action. So that's my what I think about it today.
You know, I also want to say that I want to make sure that in doing this, we are doing it respectfully for the native cultures that we want to honor. So I am also hoping that we can engage leaders from the different native tribes in our area so we can best recognize them with the respect that they deserve.
We do a land acknowledgement before graduation, as I recall. I've only been to one graduation, but we do that, correct?
APA, yes, we did.
Yeah, and I know that at the WASTA conference, they did it every day that I attended, you know, in the morning at after breakfast and before the keynote, they did that. So what are our next steps to adding that to our agenda.
Director Bowen, did you have a suggestion?
I really think that we need to collaborate with our Native American liaison in the district, Mr. Summers, and talk to him about that. I know that before I was in this position, I had spoke with him about the idea, and he had been in touch with the different tribes in the area, and I believe that he has some better guidance than I would have on that. So I think that we need to get a hold of him and see what he recommends, so how we can go forward.
So are you prepared to do any type of a motion tonight, or?
I would like to motion that we initiate implementation and research of the Indigenous Peoples Land Recognition.
I second.
All right, it has been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Seeing none, what comes to a vote? It has been moved and seconded that we implement and initiate some discussion and going forward on the indigenous inhabitants recognition before our opening statement. All those in favor signify by raising your right hand and saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by raising your hand and saying nay. Abstentions, the motion carries. We're on to 6.02, Turretin license renewal. I'll entertain a motion.
I move that we approve the Turnitin license renewal.
I second.
Discussion. Seeing none, I'll call for a vote on 6.2, Turretin license renewal. It has been moved and seconded. All those in favor signify by raising your right hand and saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by raising your right hand and saying nay. Abstentions, the motion carries. We're on to 6.3, inclusive education out of district change order number 1. I'll entertain a motion.
I make a motion we approve inclusive education out of district change order number 1.
I second.
Discussion. Seeing none, I'm calling for a vote on inclusive education out of district change order number 1 being approved. All those in favor signify by raising your right hand and saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by raising your right hand and saying nay. Abstentions, the motion carries. We're on to 6.4, inclusive education out of district placement contracts. I'll entertain a motion.
I make a motion that we approve inclusive education out of district placement contracts.
I second.
Discussion.
Just a question. Before the meeting, I had submitted a question about whether this was forecast or not, and the explanation makes sense that it's based on individual student needs. I guess my question is how far along are we in the IEP process, and is this, something we're going to be seeing more of? Because I know I had heard from parents about inclusive education. So are we moving forward with IEPs pretty regularly now?
Thank you.
Sure.
I see you here and here.
Good evening again. And yes, the IEP process is ongoing. We have been conducting evaluations in person. I guess we're going on 2 weeks now. Schools are continuing to hold IEP meetings and identifying what services might need to be adjusted in this new environment, or if the needs of students have changed during closure. And I will turn it over to Mr. Fan in case he wants to weigh in.
President Hamada, members of the board, Dr. Watts, Ms. Howley, sorry for my spotty internet connection. So I apologize for that. We do. We definitely, I think, as it pertains to these items, we have a number of students that have been in placements, and then we can predict for the next upcoming year, because that's a school and programming that they have been identified in the preceding year. We also have students who enter our district or students who during the course of the year are identified as requiring these services. So that is an ongoing process. We've completed probably about 30 in-person evaluations during the last 2 weeks. We anticipate that we should be able to catch up to the ones that we have both outstanding from the spring, as well as early ones that teams have identified within the next few weeks here. So by early, I would say about mid-October, we should be completed with those and on pace to our typical cycle.
Great, thank you.
Any further discussion? All right. It has been moved and seconded for to approve inclusive education out-of-district placement contracts. All those in favor signify by raising your right hand and saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by raising your right hand and saying nay. Abstentions, the motion carries. We're on to 6.5, technology purchase, inclusive education, ECSE, Early Childhood Special Education Program. I'll entertain a motion.
I move to approve this agenda item 6.05, technology purchase, inclusive education, ECSE, Early Childhood Special Education Program.
I second.
Discussion?
This is just tablets because of the remote environment, yes. That was my question and answer. Does this go back to the public statement that was made earlier about regarding devices? So this addresses that? Or this actually, okay, I see you nodding yes.
Director Bettinger.
Yeah, thank you.
Any further discussion? It has been moved and seconded for approval of 6.05, technology purchase, inclusive education, ECSE, Early Childhood Special Education Program. All those in favor signify by raising your right hand and saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by raising your right hand and saying nay. Abstentions, the motion carries. We're on to 6.6, Title I, technology purchase, student tablets for Title I preschool.
I move that we approve agenda item 6.06, Title I, technology purchase, student tablets for Title I preschool.
Second.
Discussion? Seeing none, I'm calling for a vote of approval on 6.6, Title I, technology purchase, student tablets for Title I preschool. All those in favor signify by raising your right hand and saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by raising your right hand and saying nay. Abstention, the motion carries. We're on to 6.7, Microsoft Premier Support Renewal. I'll entertain a motion.
I move that we approve agenda item 6.07, Microsoft Premier Support Renewal.
I second.
Discussion. Seeing none, I'll call for a vote on 6.7, approval of Microsoft Premier Support Renewal. All those in favor signify by raising your right hand and saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by raising your right hand and saying nay. Abstentions, the motion carries. We're on to 6.8, approval of T-Mobile hotspots contract. I'll entertain a motion.
I move that we approve item 6.08, T-Mobile mobile hotspots contract.
A second.
Discussion?
So we, earlier in the summer, not that long ago, we approved a similar amount for those Khajiit hotspots that have, I guess I didn't even understand them because I thought they were unlimited. So I just want to double check that these T-Mobile hotspots are unlimited data?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, hi. It just popped up on my screen. Good to see you. Okay. So with the Khajiit hotspots, is there a way to use them still, even though they're not providing? I mean, I was hearing anecdotally that they didn't even provide a whole day of data. So are we getting a refund on those, or what are we going to do with those?
So we're not, let me take a step back. Thank you for the question, Director Bettinger.
Yeah.
Good evening, President Hamada, members of the board, Dr. Watts, Ms. Hawley. So we're not giving those away. Giving those back. One of the main reasons is that up to this point, we've given out about 1,400 hotspots. And so we have people that are actually using those hotspots. Out of those 1,400 that we've given away, yes, we've run into some situations where there have been some bandwidth challenges. A lot of that has to do with the fact that prior to the current pandemic situation that we're in, a lot of the hotspots had bandwidth limits because they were controlled based on how many you gave out, because there was no expectation that you would give out as many as we have. We have pooled bandwidth, and so what we do is twice a day, we review whether or not people are running into bandwidth, and we change it for the next day. Additionally, some of the things that we're running into, and this is just to give you a little bit more context, we're doing a lot of filtering, because in order for us to provide internet to students, we have to do high-level SIPA filtering for the Child Internet Protection Act. So with that said, we're trying to filter out as much as possible so that we can keep track of bandwidth, but we do increases twice a day at the daily and monthly levels.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Any further discussion? All right, I'm calling for a vote of approval on 6.8, T-Mobile mobile hotspots contract. All those in favor signify by raising your right hand and saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed signify by raising your right hand and saying nay. Abstentions. The motion carries. We're on to 6.9. Approval of a purchase order to Total Filtration Services. I'll entertain a motion.
I move that we approve 6.09 purchase order to Total Filtration Services.
I second.
Discussion? And I did have some questions, but they were answered prior to the meeting. Thank you very much for that.
Yeah, I'm looking at those questions because I copied them down. So right now we're not in the building. So is this the anticipated cost, even if we're out of buildings longer than we anticipated? So if we don't go back to school till March or something?
Yeah, there are two pieces to this that we typically have an order for filters. We also have upgraded filters now due to our current situation. I have Gordon Cook who can share a little bit more about that.
Good evening, President Hamada, Board, Dr. Watson, Ms. Halley. Yeah, so the current recommendation is that we switch to MERV 13 filters, which are about 46% more expensive than regular filters where we can. We have 5 different categories of filters. One of them is filter medium, one of them is box filters, sock filters, 2 to 4 inch filters, and 1 inch filters. Not all those filters fall into the MERV 13 category. And the other thing, about 5 years ago, we changed from just changing filters on a calendar basis to changing filters on an as needed basis. So this fluctuates a little bit depending on how the building is used, where the air intake is, what kind of filters they are. So starting, if I can just review quickly, in 16-17, we spent $91,000 on filters. In 17-18, we spent $50,000 because that's where we changed our policy. In 18-19, we spent $113,000. Last year we spent $40,000. So some of these filters last 6 months, some of them last 18 to 24 months. So it's really hard to plan unless we just want to change filters carte blanche, which we do not want to do, what it's going to be. So we think that to start out with, we haven't changed filters for a little while. School may not start for another 30 days. The increase and the upgrade to the MERV 13 filters, it's just a starting place. So that's where we are right now. Does that make sense?
It makes sense. It's a lot of money but it's gonna keep our kids safe. Are all our schools, have we checked our systems, our filtration, just our general filtration systems, or is that something we're gonna have to do?
Yes, so we check them 3 times a year. We check them in the summer, we check them at Christmas break, and we check them at spring break. And so based on those checks, then the custodians order the filters that they need. So right now we're working with Total Filtration Services, who's a state contract for this, and getting the pricing for all those various filters. And we're also coming up with a district-wide per unit list of what is at each unit and what is at each school, so that we can more closely track spending and make sure that we're doing it as efficiently as we can.
And I'm sorry, remind me again, was this forecast in the budget or this was a new expense?
Yeah, so we have right now we have budgeted $105,000 for filters in the coming year, but that was pre-COVID and pre-MERV 13. So that's one part of it, but then the other part of it is, when are we actually going to be in schools and running? And some of it has to do with fire and smoke and traffic and how many kids are in a classroom and cottonwoods, and there's just so many things at play with changing filters that to be as efficient as we can. Like I said, we could just change them every 3 times a year, regardless of whether they're dirty or not, but that's not what we're trying to do. We're trying to change them when they're needed. So it's really hard to estimate that, and you can see based on the past 5 years, it kind of fluctuates based on the conditions, the use, and the climate.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah,
That's very helpful.
I wanted to add, Director Bettinger, that we do have people in all of our buildings, not as many obviously that are students. So we do have to keep our systems on the flow going, although it's at a less capacity, of course, but we do have, including childcare. So I wanted just to, as a reminder.
And some teachers have the option to teach from their classrooms, right?
That some teachers are entering the classrooms as well. That's the other reason I wanted to share that. Thank you.
Great, thank you. That's very helpful.
And I do appreciate this conversation and all the answers to most of these questions that I got prior to it. I mean, I think we're finding out from the health reports that I'm hearing how important air filtration on airlines and everything, that it's making a huge difference.
Absolutely.
So our number one priority I think our survey was keeping our kids safe from our parents. So this certainly meets that. And I'm extremely proud that you're using it efficiently, not just to be checking the box. You're doing it if it's really needed. We take care of it. So we're watching the budget. So thank you very much, Mr. Cook, for that. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'm calling for a vote of approval of 6.9, purchase order to Total Filtration Services. All those in favor, signify by raising your right hand and saying aye.
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 All those opposed, signify by raising your right hand and saying nay. Abstentions? The motion carries. I'm on to 6.10. First reading, approval of first reading and adoption of policy 3122, excused and unexcused absences. And point of order here, I don't think we actually put this on the beginning of our agenda tonight, and I missed that. So we might want to circle back and correct our absenteeisms on our meeting tonight. So, all right.
Oh. So I make a motion that we approve 6.10 first reading and adoption of policy 3122, excused and unexcused absences.
The second?
Discussion?
So this is a policy I know, Dr. Harmon, you touched on it at our work session, but we didn't delve into it. So this is, from reading it, this is WASDA's attempt to address the COVID crisis in attendance. And so my first comment is, like, I think we had this discussion on that Saturday, the 12th, is that, you know, some of these policies that are just emergency policies, you know, to me, it would be more efficient to adapt them to other, you know, for instance, you know, other schools in the state had to deal with fire or things like that. So I would potentially want to look at adjusting this policy just so it accounts for any emergency situation or has a greater impact rather than just COVID, because, you know, you're going to have to adopt it again. And if something else comes up, we would have to adopt another emergency policy. So I think my preference always is efficiency, and this, you know, I don't know what other board directors feel.
I thought this was addressing remote learning.
Right. So we've always had an excused and unexcused absence policy per
Right.
WASDA.
Right.
The updates here reflect definitions and changes for remote learning until OSPI can make a permanent rule change around what remote learning looks like and what absence looks like in that space. It's not necessarily specific to COVID, it's specific to a remote learning incident. So in theory, had this existed at the time, it could have been applied to when we had our snow outage a year ago. Well, a year and a half ago at this point. It would be an example of this. I don't believe that the policy specifically calls out COVID.
It does several times. It's like COVID. Several bullet points use the word COVID in the policy.
So so it lists it as an example of where this may happen. It's not necessarily saying that it only happens with COVID. It's listing it as an example where this can be used in that space. And it's giving it as a valid excuse for an absence, not saying that only in COVID do these things apply. And so if we were not to provide this update, all that would happen is it would revert back to our traditional policy for excused and unexcused absences. But then district operations would be outside of district policy. So for example, OSPI would allow us to account for certain absences and call them excused in certain ways per OSPI guidance and possibly permanent rule change. And our policies would not reflect that.
So my concern was not specifically about the COVID verbiage. I think for me the question was, if we end up operationalizing the hybrid plans, how will that affect this policy? And how do we account for that? That's the part I wasn't sure. You know, if we need to follow the attendance guidelines, regulations established by, Dr. Herman was frozen. Could you hear me?
Okay. Could. And so for a second I couldn't, and I was like, oh, perfect timing.
So if there are these regulations established by the state and for hybrid plans, we have to operation. Is this covered for the hybrid plan?
So we would still have attendance policies in place for hybrid, and in our hybrid plan right now, there will be students participating in remote learning as well as in-person learning during that space. And so we would definitely need to have some clear guidance around how an absence is counted for a student in a remote space, while other students are also in an in-person learning space.
So we would have to change this one.
No, we wouldn't have to change the policy. Our attendance policies would remain the same. It's just if a student is in remote learning, then those pieces would apply to them. If a student is in person learning, then it would apply to them.
Okay. That was my only question.
Any further discussion? Okay, I'm calling for the vote on 6.10 to adopt the first reading and adoption of policy 3122, excused and unexcused absences. All those in favor of adopting that policy signify by raising your right hand and saying aye.
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 All those opposed signify by raising your right hand and saying nay. Abstention. The motion carries. We're on to 6.11, adoption of or approval and adoption of first reading and approval of policy 6100, revenues from local, state, and federal resources. I'll entertain a motion.
I move that we approve 6.11 first reading and approval of policy 6100, revenues from local, state, and federal sources.
A second.
Discussion?
On this one, there's that line that says within 30 days of receiving the auditor's findings, the board will hold a public hearing. We had quite a bit of discussion on it on Saturday, the 12th. And the language I suggested was that it says within 30 days of receiving the auditor's exit items, management letters, and findings, the board will hold a public hearing. That's pretty important to me as far as transparency regarding our budget. I would like to see that language added, that it includes exit items, management letters, and findings, because I just think that keeps it open to the public, that they can see what's going on. There's a chance that exit items turn into findings or management letters, but I just think in all ways we need to be above board and transparent about what is going on with our budget. And it's just an opportunity, that 30 days for the team or whoever it impacts, really. When we go back to Clark Newber, they talked about that just reaching out to the teams that impacts and having them present a proposal of what changes could be made, so they wouldn't be an exit item, a management letter, or a finding. So right now, I wouldn't approve the language as is. I would like to have those extra words added.
So after further investigation, excuse me, Director Bettinger, I'd like to provide some context for the board. So after further investigation of that language, because the language is directly related to the House bill, and it actually calls out, because it's related to local levy local levy spending and funding, and then the audit pertaining to local levy funds, that it is actually in the requirements that's in the bill that requires that the board have a public review of any audit findings related to local levy funding. Of course, it is under the board's purview to expand that if they choose, but that's why it's written that way. It is specific to the findings and per local levy, because that's what's in the House bill.
Did we clarify, is it findings in terms of auditing, or is it just
Yes,
all?
it is truly findings in terms of auditing.
Okay.
It's the technical definition of a finding, meaning from an audit perspective, not just things that they've discovered.
Yeah. Yeah, I still stand with what I said. It doesn't make sense to me to put in all exit items there, especially when we haven't addressed it at that point. To have a public hearing, I mean, that's a whole other event or setup that the district has to go through just for exit items. I don't feel like that's necessary, but that's my opinion. So I'm comfortable with the verbiage here.
I just think sometimes with the state auditor's office, it's sometimes something that someone might consider a finding or is only an exit item, or something that they would consider finding or a management letter should only be an exit item. So I think just covering that whole spectrum just shows transparency.
You can agree to disagree, right?
That's why we discuss it.
Yes, of course.
Director Bowen, do you have any thoughts on this tonight?
I agree with Maya. So she pretty much said everything that I was going to, so not really.
At this point, we do have a motion that's been brought forward and seconded, so we probably have to have a vote on this. I don't think at this point we could put a friendly amendment to that motion. Is that correct, Curtis?
You should take a vote on the motion.
Okay.
It is a first reading of policy, though. And so in between first and second reading, there can be input and we can come back. But what you're voting on right now is the current wording of the policy as presented. And that's the motion on the floor.
All right. Thank you, Curtis, for that clarification. Mr. Leonard, excuse me. Director Bettinger, do you understand what he's saying here on the vote? So, any further discussion? So, just to be clear, I'm going to slow this down, even though we're now at 9:11, and I'm sure we're all tired. We are voting on the motion as it states today, but it's a first reading, and we could actually make clarifications down the road if we wanted to add to that motion. Is that correct, Mr. Leonard? We could pass it and still make changes.
That is correct. It's not finally adopted by the board until after second reading. And so at this point, it's to move it to the next stage is what you're moving to do, but it's the language as proposed, as was shared in first reading. So you would be voting on that. If for some reason the board did not want to approve this, you could vote on it, but we would then have to come back for first reading again. So on policies, it's a little strange to vote them down because you still have an opportunity to continue to review at second reading.
All right. Any further discussion? I'm now calling for a vote on 6.11, first reading and approval of policy 6100, revenues from local, state, and federal resources, calling for our first reading approval. All those in favor signify by raising your right hand and saying aye.
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 Those opposed signify by raising your right hand and saying nay.
Nay.
Abstentions. So the motion does carry. Okay. We're now on to 6.12, first reading and retirement of Kent School District Policy 6101, grant funded programs. I'll entertain a motion.
I move that we approve 6.12, first reading and retirement of KSD Policy 6101, grant funded programs.
A second.
Discussion.
This is the one that's duplicative with the other 6101. So just for clarity, for transparency to the public, this one is included. This language is included in the other policy.
That's right.
Yes, so had the board not approved 6100, because the language around grant funding is also discussed and provided in 6100. So had 6100 not been approved, we would have needed to make some arrangements or other agreements to modify or keep 6101, addressing grant funded programs per KSD policy, and then most likely renumber it, because WASDA policy 6101 already exists, and that's the next agenda item.
And for just clarity and point of order, so policy, so it was a first reading, but basically policy 6100 was approved. So there won't be a second reading.
I'm reviewing that right now, Director Bettinger. I believe that we require first and second reading, and approval happens at second reading. The way the agenda is currently constituted, I think it's confusing. It should not be for approval on first reading. And historically, and I apologize for not catching this previously, historically, the first reading was for informational only and there wasn't a vote. What I would interpret that to be, what you've just done is approve it for first reading. Based on your bylaws and policies, it still needs to come back for second. And so there will need to be another vote. In the future, I recommend that we do first reading for information purposes only.
Yeah, and I think to be consistent with what we've done before, I think what we've done before is like some of the other policies that we approved earlier in the year, in March and April or May, they just had a first reading because we had already had a work session to discuss them.
Oh boy.
We have done that for a while.
I'll be honest. I voted based on the word approval and assuming that it was a final approval.
Would you not have?
I voted no, and I would have voted with the language the way it is. I don't approve of it, so I voted no. If it was a first reading, if it didn't have the word approval in there, I might have voted to have a second reading. So, but I just, yeah.
Okay. I'm lost at what to say right now. So are we just going to continue on with what we're doing, or do we need to correct what we did, or what, Curtis?
Let's vote and continue with the agenda as is. I want to, before our next meeting, verify whether or not a second reading is going to be required on these.
Okay.
I want to verify in board policy and a couple of other pieces, but the agenda has it as a first reading. Let's go ahead and vote and approve for first reading and go from there.
All right. Thank you. Okay. We're on to, where were we?
6.12.
Right. I do remember that part.
So it was moved and seconded and we had some discussion.
All right. And we're all done with discussion. So I'm calling for a vote on the first reading and retirement of Kent School District Policy 6101, grant funded programs. All those in favor signify by raising your right hand and saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by raising your right hand and saying nay. Abstention. The motion carries. We're now on to 6.13 or 13. First reading and approval of WASDA Policy 6101, Federal Cash and Financial Management. I'll entertain a motion.
I motion that we approve agenda item 6.13, first reading and approval of WASDA Policy 6101, Federal Cash and Financial Management.
I second.
Discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor of 6.13, first reading and approval of WASDA Policy 6101, Federal Cash and Financial Management, signify by raising your right hand and saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed signify by raising your right hand and saying nay. Abstentions, the motion carries. We're on to 6.14. First reading and approval of policy 6210, purchasing, authorization, and control. I'll entertain a motion.
I move we approve 6.14, first reading and approval of policy 6210, purchasing, authorization, and control.
I second.
Discussion?
Just second that.
I feel like Director Vengadassalam and I have looked at all these 6,000s quite a bit, but we did discuss this one on the 12th, and we reviewed it, and
we're ready to go.
Yeah, I feel comfortable with this one.
Any further discussion? Okay, I'm calling for a vote on 6.14, approval of first reading and approval of policy 6210, purchasing authorization and control. All those in favor signify by raising your right hand and saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed signify by raising your right hand and saying nay. Abstentions? The motion carries. We're on to 6.15, 6.15, first reading and retirement of policy 6211, procurement. I'll entertain a motion.
I make a motion that we approve first reading and retirement of policy 6211, procurement.
I second.
Discussion.
Just for clarity, this is another one of those policies that's duplicative. And I see Dr. Harmon nodding yes.
Sorry, trying to unmute myself. Yes, so per the discussion on the 12th, the language in 6211 becomes null and void with the updates in 6210. And as a board, you all seem satisfied with that coverage, and so we can retire 6211.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'm calling for a vote of approval on 6.15, first reading and retirement of policy 6211, procurement. All those in favor signify by raising your right hand and saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by raising your right hand and saying nay. The motion carries. We're on to 7.0, consent agenda.
Point of order, President Hamada, on 2 items. I do want to comment on first and second reading. I have some information, and then I do also want to acknowledge that Director Bettinger added an agenda item in the discussion section, and we need to address that. But before that, I want to provide some clarity on the statements that I provided earlier on first versus second reading, and I'll bring the board's attention to Board Policy 1310, which acknowledges a first reading, and it gives an opportunity for discussion on the policy for the first time. And unless the policy is in the best interest to adopt at that meeting, it would be adopted at the next regular or special board meeting. And so technically, according to your board policy, you would not be adopting it upon first reading. Now, Director Bettinger, your question about whether the first reading could have been at a work session, I think that potentially could be the case. And if it was discussed at a work session and we were bringing a policy again, that had already been discussed at a work session, I would not have a problem potentially adopting it at the next board meeting. I think that would comport with your policy. I think what we're going to need to verify, and I didn't have the information in front of me, I'm assuming those policies that we saw today were on first reading. They had not been to the board before at a work session or any other time. Therefore, I would recommend that these come back for final adoption at your next board meeting.
So you're saying the ones that I can't remember.
The only one
that came, yeah.
The only one that we didn't discuss at the board meeting, at our work session, was the 3122.
Yeah. And that says adoption versus approval. What does that mean? Does that make a difference?
Shouldn't make a difference. I think that's a distinction without difference. But we're going to want to clean that up. I think in the future, we're going to want to make sure first reading refers to the first time it came to the board. And I would prefer that second reading be for adoption, and that we, on first reading, have it be informative purposes only and not for any action or any vote in the future.
But in this case, we're okay except for 3122.
I think we're okay because we technically had the first reading
at the work session. Okay.
Right, but we made a clarification that was incorrect, right?
Well, I wanted to verify, and I think with the clarification, I don't think it changes anything on the board action. I just wanted to verify as to whether or not these had been to the board before. And it appears that only one hadn't.
So we need to pull back 3122.
I don't think any change in action is required. I think that one we should just do a motion at our next meeting to approve it and mark it a second reading. And as long as we do that one on second reading, I think we'll have approved all the policies.
Okay. Sounds
right.
good.
I'm still a little confused because I actually thought we could go back and with Director Bettinger could possibly add the things she wanted to add to that. All right, moving on. And then we have added on to this, forgive me, but would it be 6.16 for the protocol on agendas, adopting a policy that we're adding to it for discussion?
That is correct, 6.16.
Okay. And Director Bettinger, could you repeat exactly how you wanted that worded for me?
I make a motion that we have a discussion and potential approval of protocol for getting items on the agenda.
Is there a second?
A second.
Discussion.
So my question, I honestly, there's many ways you could do it. So I am not married to any one idea. If the policy is just what happened last board meeting, where if a board director wants to get something on the agenda with respect to their colleagues, that they mention it during their board report and then they add it to the agenda, I'm fine with that. If the board secretary and president have another idea, or if other board directors have other ideas, I'm fine with that. I just want some clarity and to decide on how it's going to be done so that there is no confusion and there's no more moving target. So I'm open to any suggestions.
Does it have to be either or can it be both?
I
mean,
I mean, if someone said it's only during agenda review and when you're doing the 2x2 agenda review, then I'd be great with that. And I'd say, okay, that's when I give my agenda items that I would like on the agenda. Or if it's decided that, if a board director has something they want, that they share it. And then at the next board meeting, 2 weeks later, they add it to the agenda, or perhaps it gets added to the agenda. I'm honestly just trying to get to a place where there are things that I understand how they work and that there is a protocol so that it isn't any kind of confusion, because it impedes work and it impedes getting things out there that we want to work on. These are board meetings and it's for the board's work, and it's important to me. Like Director Bowen, with your item that was on the agenda, I'm so glad that that was on the agenda and that we got a chance to discuss it. Every one of us, works with different community members and works in the community. And so it's important to me that I hear from my board colleagues. And so I would never want them to not get something on the agenda.
So is it, do you feel like, I don't know, I would be interested in finding out how other districts are doing it, if they have some sort of a formal mechanism. I'm open to any sort of formalities, that would be equitable. And can we do a little bit of research and come back? Or are we avoiding again?
Thank you. I have done some research, for instance, some districts like Renton, they have new business. So a board director will just ask to add, as I understand it, will ask to add something to new business for the next meeting, and that'll come up on the next meeting. Or if it's something they want answered, or a board director wants a report or something like that, as I understand it, that's what they do. I think other districts that I've looked at they have even a form that they fill out and, that they submit that, I'd like this on the agenda and this is why. And then it's sent to the superintendent or the board president, like I said, I am open to all ideas. I just want there to be a protocol so that it's clear and that the rules don't change and or the rules aren't different for other people.
So were you expecting a decision tonight? I mean,
it would make me uncomfortable to have a decision tonight because Vice President Daniels isn't here, and I would want Vice President Daniels involved in that conversation.
Okay, that's good, 'cause
But
I'm not
yeah.
ready. I'm not ready with the thoughts, right now. I know you've wanted this on here forever, and I appreciate that. And I feel like I know there are resources there. I haven't looked into it, and it would be nice to see, just like we did the 4312, and work through that. So I thought we were going to have a discussion on that during our board superintendent and governance team. Where we could have a full discussion on what are the possible ways other districts do this work. But right now, I mean, the form sounds good, but that's an option.
Right.
And we'll just gather ideas until the next meeting with Vice President Daniels, and maybe we can come to an agreement.
So I was going to ask, sorry. I would ask to hear from Dr. Watts and you, President Hamada, too. What would, as we're gathering information, I would want to know what, as far as your flow and things like that, what would be helpful to you?
Well, thank you, Dr. Watts. I have been a little confused about this because sometimes I've wanted things on there and then there's been more to having staff and the research to get it on there. And we've had such packed agendas and other things have come before it that have had to come before it. And I've asked for meetings and I understand there's been reasons why we couldn't have meetings. And I don't want us to get into the position that we're just putting anything on the agenda to put it on the agenda too. And I'm not saying you're doing that, Director Bettinger. I'm just saying I think we want to value our staff's time. We want to make sure that we're not, just coming out and doing it. That's why I took some time with this agenda item for Indigenous people that we were going to put on our agenda to see what was going on in the state, to see some suggestions and stuff like that. So, but I think some type of a form that we can go back on, because I have a lot of things coming from all kinds of different directions. And to be perfectly honest with you, I was totally confused on exactly what you wanted to do tonight. And that's why I wanted a little more clarification. And I don't think we really got to that point, but I'm open for anything like that. So if we could potentially come back by next, what would be a good timeline for you, Director Bettinger?
Well, it's obviously got to be the next time we're all together. So whether it's whether it's during our next policy session or work session, if it's just a conversation that we have after gathering. And again, I want to hear from Dr. Watts too. What would work for you as far as flow?
Absolutely. No, I appreciate that. I think this is another example of how we might continue to improve our communication and our strategy for board superintendent governance work. You'll have in your inbox, when you get a chance to check that once we're concluded, but for your reference, just a simple Google check. Google, just a Google search, and simply asking the question, how do we add items to a board agenda? That's the question, Director Bettinger, you asked. And as simple and as complex as that is, because it's not easy, we know that, but we can make it simple. So think about some of these items. Is when we're considering an item to add to the agenda, there is one reference that states, is this an item that clearly belongs to the board to decide? Or is it something that we've already delegated to superintendent and staff? Those are questions that we need to consider. So this is also about deciding what an agenda item could be or should be, but it's also, as you mentioned, about establishing a protocol. Second question that we might ask ourselves is, in which category of policy does it fit? It's very fitting to this discussion right now. Is it regarding ethics or operations? Third question we might want to consider is, to which specific policy does the issue relate that you want to add to the board agenda item? So that would allow us to categorize our specific agenda items to what issue or concern or area that you would like to see discussed. That is but one of many. And so this, I think, is just a great opportunity for us to use as a communication strategy opportunity for team building, and let's come to consensus. So that's my input. I just think as long as we're in agreement and we can agree on the what, the how, and obviously we need to come to agreement on the why, I think we'll be better off. That's my input, and I'll leave that next steps up to the pleasure of the board.
So I'm hoping that at our next work session, we can devote at least a half hour to this to get it decided so that it's established.
Well, we could probably add that to our, I have some other work sessions coming out. Yeah, okay. So we are agreeing in our next work session to a half hour at least, or minimal, whatever it comes to, discussion of finding a solution to our protocol on agenda items.
Mhm.
All right. Thank you very much for this discussion. Appreciate it.
Point of order, President Hamada, you did have a pending motion on the floor,
Okay.
which was to further discussion. Although action would not be required in order to have further discussion, there is a pending motion that's been seconded, and so you should resolve the motion by taking a vote.
Thank you.
So essentially, we're voting that we're going to discuss it in a work session.
That is correct, Director Bettinger.
All right. All of those, all those in favor, 6.16, a discussion at the next work session on protocol for agenda items being placed. Please raise your right hand and say aye if you're in favor, and
Aye.
all those opposed signify by raising your right hand and saying nay. Abstentions, the motion carries. Hooray.
Yay.
We're on to 7.0, consent agenda. I will now ask the board if they want to pull any consent agendas from the front for discussion.
I would like to pull 7.06 and 7.09.
Anyone else? All right, I'll entertain a motion for the consent agenda 7.01, 7.02, 7.03, 7.04, 7.05, 7.07, 7.08, 7.10 to be approved.
President Hamada, we have a 7.11, the supplemental personnel report. So
thank you. Sorry. And
I move that we approve the consent agenda items 7.01 through 7.11 minus items 7.06 and 7.09.
Discussion.
Second.
Oh, I'm sorry. Discussion. I want to move through this. All right, any discussion? All right, I'm calling for a vote on the approval of the consent agenda minus 7.06, 7.09 being pulled. So all those in favor of that signify by raising your right hand and saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by raising your right hand and saying nay. Abstention. The motion carries. So now we're on to 7.06, highly capable plan.
I move that we approve 7.06 highly capable program plan.
A second.
Discussion.
So I pulled this one because I'm just, there's key pieces in it that ask about evaluation and where you can find the annual evaluation. And I see that there wasn't an evaluation due to COVID. And I remember having a session in March. That was our last in-person work session. So again, the plan is very vague to me and the measures are vague to me. And, in the interest of equity and things like that, when we're talking about things, it's like, I think the plan, I don't understand how the plan is established and what measures are in place to ensure equity and that all students in the district have a chance to participate.
Okay,
So
good.
if anyone could kind of explain that better to me, how, you know, how we address equity issues and how we measure that, and also just how we measure the efficacy of the plan in general.
Danelle, thank you.
Yes, good evening, board. Sorry, I'm writing down the question to make sure. How we address equity issues, and what was the second part of your question, Director
And just
Bettinger?
how, you know, because I don't really see any, I didn't see, even in the answers I got, a clear guidance on the plan or a clearly established mission, or how children were chosen for the plan to be in high cap.
Sure. So absolutely. Good evening again, board. So I think maybe in your questions, like the selection process and those pieces weren't a part of your questions, but we definitely have that mapped out, and it was a part of our presentation in March and in the previous year for our highly capable program. The plan that we are asked to submit annually to OSPI is sort of a pre-established set of questions that kind of outlines some of the legal requirements that allows us to receive funding. So in terms of the vision and mission for our highly capable program and the goals that we have that are aligned to our district goals, was included in the information that we provided. In terms of how we address equity issues, I'm going to assume that you mean in regards to identification, and one of the is my assumption, or is that correct?
You're correct in your assumption. I mean, okay. I just, you know, it's I just want to make sure. I've, you know, done some reading on this, and the high cap program is a lot of times a lot of white kids, and I want to make sure that every child in our district understands that they can participate, and any child has the ability to be highly capable. And I just want to understand how that is, you know, how children are added to that plan, and how every child knows that they can, you know, join that program if they test in.
Yeah, and I think that's you know, that distinction around the criteria for students to be selected for to receive highly capable services. A couple of things that our program put into place a few years back, and in addition to a new adjustment last year, was adding a secondary screener at 6th grade for our students. So it's a universal screening that allows additional opportunity for all students who don't opt out to have the opportunity to be screened for the highly capable program. In addition to having school-based norms that allow us to really look at each school as its own entity in our identification and selection process for students. In addition to that, we also have a variety of ways that we use data and information from families, from teachers, from student performance scores to help us select and have a range of data points to identify students for the program. So we're not relying on any one data source or a cut score as the only criteria that will allow students to be able to participate. And finally, you know, we also have an appeal process for families, and allows families to produce and provide their own portfolios of student work as evidence to kind of help support that review process and decision-making process for if the student could be a part of the program. So I'm going to let Dr. Corvley kind of add in if there's some other pieces that you think might be helpful in answering Director Bettinger's questions.
Good evening, President Mata, board members, Dr. Watts, Ms. Howley. So I think one of the things that has been key is to actually focus on this equity issue and increasing the number of minority students, EL students, and SPED students in our program. And the addition of our 6th grade screener has actually significantly increased those numbers of students. We're still not where we would like to be as far as our program being really represented, HiCap being representative of our student population, but we're making progress towards that. And our team has been working really hard to think about other types of data points that we may want to add to collect as part of our process. And the COVID situation sort of has brought some of that to light, because some of our data sets are not going to be available to us that we have previously used in the past. And so what other types of data can we collect from our students, including portfolio items that parents can submit, set portfolio items that they could potentially complete to show their students' skill levels, and then those can be used to evaluate whether they're highly capable. The team is very committed to the equity lens and looking at ways that we increase that. And I think that unlike many school districts, our school norms have actually, by having school norms, not just district norms around that, has really helped in that as well.
So why 6th grade and why not earlier, like when they're 3rd grade, when they're younger? Just curious.
So we do it 2nd grade. We do universal screening at 2nd grade. That's the first screening point. We chose 6th grade because it's a point where they're going to then enter into middle school. And so we were trying to catch kids before they went into our secondary programs to ensure that they could enter into the secondary HiCap programs and be serviced when they hit the secondary level.
Okay. And, sometimes I know with kids too, so we look at the correlation between, acting out in classrooms and stuff, and maybe they're bored and they need that HiCap. Does that come into play when we're looking at discipline, whether the student is maybe needing more advanced work or something like that?
It is something that our teams talk about with teachers when we talk about making referrals, that they need to look carefully at some of those behavioral issues and whether those behavioral issues are related to boredom, and that they might want to refer something. So it's one of those things that we talk about with our teachers when we're outlining the referral process and what you might want to look for in students to determine referral for highly capable programs when a teacher is doing it. Another thing that our team hasn't been able to do and had planned was to do some parent nights to get more parents to understand what a highly capable student looks like, and so that more parents might refer their students and better understand our highly capable program.
Right.
Our team is still looking at ways to do that, maybe virtually, depending on how long we are in this environment, so that we can better educate our community about highly capable.
Right. Thank you. That's very informative.
I also know that a parent can opt to have their child evaluated at any time. I remember my oldest daughter getting paperwork every year since kindergarten, and she's now in 3rd grade, for parents to opt in to have their student tested.
That is correct, Dr. Vaughn. They can refer them at any time during their educational career for highly capable services.
As usual, I just learned something.
No, it's very helpful.
All right, any further discussion? All those in favor of approval of 7.06 highly capable program plan, signify by raising your right hand and saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, signify by raising your right hand and saying nay. Abstention? The motion carries. We're on to 7.09, School Insurance Association of Washington Insurance Coverage Renewal. I'll entertain a motion.
I move that we approve 7.09 School Insurance Association of Washington Insurance Coverage Renewal.
A second.
Discussion?
I pulled this one just because there was an increase of 366,000. I'm sorry. Oh, there. Oh, it's getting late at night. There's a significant increase in fees. 366,000 plus. So I'm just wondering what the increase in fees is, why it's so much more this year.
Sure. President Hamada, Dr. Watts, Ms. Holly, esteemed board members, KSD staff and community. Matt Tardif, Assistant Director of Risk Management. The fee increase is related to fleet changes, so new transportation purchases, new buses, also the replacement cost values of buildings should loss occur.
Thank you.
Just help educate me, sir, on the replacement costs of building. Is that because the tax evaluation has gone up on those buildings?
That and material costs. So you know, older buildings to duplicate that building, the material costs are significantly higher. Correct.
Okay, that's a pretty big jump. Thank you.
Sure. I appreciate the question.
Is this the associated costs with those electric buses? Is that because of the new things with that or too?
No, but the fleet is updated periodically. So no correlation to the electric buses.
Okay, thank you.
Sure, my pleasure.
And for some additional information there, Matt, correct me if I'm wrong here, but we will be going out to bid for potential other insurers, although it's a limited group in the state of Washington. We'll be up for scheduling that process this year, if I remember correctly. Is that accurate, Matt?
That's correct. And also, you know, some of the fees could go down as we retire buildings. But on the same side, we're adding buildings too with Panther Lake and
Great. Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'm calling for a vote on 7.9 School Insurance Association of Washington Insurance Coverage Renewal Approval. All those in favor signify by raising your right hand and saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed signify by raising your right hand and saying nay. The motion carries. All right, we're on to 8.0, informational. Discussion 8.1, discussion of resolution number 1321, district reopening, suspension of policy. I'll entertain a motion. This is informational. Excuse me. All right, who wants to talk about this?
Just as a reminder, President Hamada, this resolution showed up during our discussion on the 12th of September. And as you as a board requested that it be up for discussion. As a reminder, this is the resolution that allows school districts to suspend policies temporarily to be able to do their reopening plan and operate school differently as a result of COVID-19. And the board discussion at the time on the 12th was the difference between adopting this resolution and then also or updating other policies that would add those flexibilities. So in this narrative, there's also included links to related policies that are part of this conversation.
And we did have a lot of discussion on the 12th, and honestly, I probably was the one who's not as comfortable with this than maybe others, just because when we had this policy before, for the last school year, it was very unclear when and how we were breaking our policies. So I wouldn't be comfortable with this still unless there was some kind of protocol. So the board would understand when specifically a policy needed to be violated for that period, so we could, achieve what's best for students. It kind of removed a lot of board oversight as far as I was concerned. So that's all I have. Well, my only comment as far as discussion.
All right. No further discussion, or so I guess we discussed it. All right. Final communication 9.0 from the audience. Ms. Holly, do you have any remaining comments, questions?
We do not.
Thank you. We're on to board reports and discussion. Let's go to Director Van Gosselen, our legislative representative.
Sorry.
You're on.
Oh, my internet is unstable, but fortunately for all, I don't have much to say. So I will let others speak. Thank you all for the presentations today and for hanging on with us. Thank you for all you're doing for us.
Director Bettinger.
Again, I also thank everyone. I'm looking forward to seeing the changes for the seated elementary hours, having gone to 3rd grade. Did anyone else get a chance to go to school? Has anyone else had a chance to sit in?
I go with my kindergarten, my 3rd grader every single day.
Right.
So,
I would highly recommend it to get a really good sense of the ins and outs. I really do. I appreciate from the superintendent, he sent his weekly update that said, we just share information about providing cross streets to the public since we can't use volunteers to deliver the food anymore. So just making that clear. Are we going to be making that more clear to the public that if there is a need, that we just need to provide a cross street so we can add a location potentially?
We've actually communicated that to some of our PTSA parents who've reached out and others who've asked about volunteering, or even those who've heard about a family member or a family. So without violating their privacy, we do need some information to be able to know where to add locations and the extent of the need.
Okay. So, but that's something that we can just let people know. And then I think I had some other questions, but they were answered, that the task force is going to re-engage and there's going to be a new survey for parents regarding hybrid learning. So I just appreciate everybody presenting tonight and giving us all this good information. And just so the public knows, go back and look at some board work sessions. We had a very interesting session on the 12th talking about these policies that we reviewed today. And then the board had a meeting on the 16th where we went over our self-evaluation that I highly recommend people look at if you're interested at all in that. The data is good and it's, very interesting. I went and reviewed my notes from the WASTA session on that, about what all the best run districts are doing. And it is all about policy and procedure and having those protocols in place. And then actually those districts that do, goals and evaluations the best are the strongest districts. So I just look forward to sitting in on a class once the new seated hours are there for elementary. I plan on doing that some more. So any teacher, invite me to your class. I've already had a couple invitations, and thank everyone for their time tonight.
Director Bowen.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank everybody for their presentations as well. And I wanted to say that the MGT team, that I am very, very glad to hear that equity and success for all children is as important to them as I know that it is to all of us on the board. And that's very refreshing and kind of and comforting to know that, their goals are similar to ours. And I also want to say that I am so thankful that we are changing the school hours. I know that after that came out, I emailed Dr. Watts and I told him, oh my gosh, you have no idea how much anxiety and headache and everything that takes off me, because I totally get it. It's a headache. And, I see my kids struggling, and I know that my kids aren't the only one. And I know I'm not the only mom who wants to prepare. So I am so glad. And I thank you for listening to the community, because it's really important. And I also want to say that I am really excited that the land acknowledgement is going to go forward. And I just hope that this is, like I said earlier, not just checking a box, but being a first step for us as a board and a school district to become more equitable. Thank you very much.
And I'm not going to belabor anything tonight. Very brief. Thank you for hanging in here till 10 o'clock. We're doing extremely important work. I've been excited to see the work that we're making toward our policies and how we've really dug in and done a lot of these subcommittee work, and we're now getting all of these adopted. And I probably tend to be this person. I want to see something that's being done, and I realize that lots of discussions and stuff are important, but I'm just kind of a stickler to want to see right in front of me what we're accomplishing, and I'm glad to see that. I'm also glad to see we're going to get some other work sessions coming up on our annual board goals, which will be strengthened by WASDA coming in and doing some evaluations for us. And our superintendent is going to be working on his thoughts on his evaluation and KPIs, and we're going to be partnering together to get that straight. I've heard from a lot of parents and community members this week. It's pretty much a mixed bag. Some people are very happy. Some people are stressed out. Some people think they can't make it. And some say their kids are finally adjusting to the schedules and stuff. So it's all across the board there. And I am thinking of all of you and hoping the best for all of you. I know our community is struggling. Again, today, as I do every day, I deal with emergency assistance, and I hear from 8 families who are on the edge. And if you have the ability to help in any way with some of our community programs out there, please reach out to those people who are less fortunate right now than we are. And thank you very much for the attending tonight and caring about our kids, and the staff and all the reports tonight were excellent. I learned something every time we have this. So with that, if there's no other further business, I'm going to call our meeting adjourned at 10:02. Thank you very much. Good evening.
Hi, thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Good night.
Bye.
Thank you.